Okay. Oh, no, don't do this. All right. I think everything's working. Let me know if you can't see anything. We were troubleshooting OBS, just, you know, being OBS. Thank you for your patience. Hello, everybody. My name is Sabledragonrook. You can call me Sable. We do have Mort up in the top left-hand corner. It's night vision right now because he is still asleep. Stop trying to show this video. So we're going to be here for a while, which means I'm not going to hold us up. Timing is going to... Uh-oh. Okay. Timing is going to start as soon as I hit continue. So, or I'm sorry, new game. So I'll give you a countdown. We are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. And that's that. So how are y'all doing today? We are gonna... This is called a Trifecta. We're gonna be playing all 3 games made by Team Eco, which is the same people who made... Most people know them for Shadow of the Colossus. And this is their first game, Eco. I am playing this particular version on a PS5, actually, which is about as far removed from what it was originally intended as possible. This is available in the PlayStation Store as an emulation, so if you have any interest in checking out this game and don't have a PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3, by all means. And then yes, we will be playing the remaster of Shadow of the Colossus, which will also be on PS5. And as part of the Trifecta, you know, I'm free to do this basically in whatever order I would like. Any runner who does Trifecta can do the games in whatever order, doesn't matter. I'm doing Eco first because it's the one that is furthest from my main game. It's the one that I play the least. So I'm gonna do it while I still have the most energy. Eco is actually pretty fun. I played it for the first time about 2 weeks before speedrunning it, because I learned it and played it like specifically because I wanted to do Vector runs. And I actually really enjoy it as a speed game. I mean, obviously it feels a little bit clunky in the way that games from its era will, but it's fun. I'm also a sucker for games with an AI companion, so exactly up my alley. I'll actually be playing Last Guardian on the PS5 as well, so we're not switching consoles. I will need to switch discs, but we're not switching consoles. We will, of course, also be playing Last Guardian at, whoa, camera, at 30 FPS, because you can play it at 60 on the PS5, but it just breaks horrifically. We would not be able to even finish the game, so as funny as it would be, we're gonna play at 30. Alright, so my adorable waifu was there hanging out on the ceiling in a cage. We're gonna go save her now. How does it break? So the game was made to be played at 30 FPS. So sometimes when it has double the frames, puzzles just like become unsolvable because the puzzles operate like twice as fast. Most of the time though, Trico's AI just doesn't know what to do, and so it just zoops off into a wall, and Trico just vanishes from the game entirely. It's very funny. But usually he rockets off into space so fast that it crashes the game, at best. Or sometimes it'll just hardlock and you have to, like, patch back to 30 FPS and play for a little while to get past that. It's very beautiful though at 60 FPS. Okay, so this is my lovely waifu, Yorda. She's being taken away by shadow people. And I'm gonna say no. Okay, I'm gonna try to say no, and I'm gonna fail. There we go. Okay, here she is. So the crux of this game, if you've never seen Eco before, I'm this little boy. I've got Yorda with me. We're trapped in this castle. We gotta get out. And also she has superpowers. But despite her superpowers, she is... you know... one screw short of the full set. We're gonna need to help her along. She's such a sweetheart. Honey, no, sweetie. Can we not? Can we not? Okay. I love her to death. She's wonderful. She's easily distracted. We'll put it that way. She loves birds. She loves nature. She loves benches. She's gonna try to let go of my hand to go and check all of those things out. Alright, come on, Yorda. Alright, you stay right here. Very specifically, don't move. So the biggest problem in this game, right, is that there's these shadows that want to take Yorda away. And they're gonna try to... Honey, I wasn't ready. They're gonna try to drag her into these, like, pits. And if she stays in there for too long... Uh-oh. Come on, Yorda. If she stays in there for too long, everybody dies, is the summary. She sends out a shockwave that turns everybody in the entire castle to stone. And it's bad. So if she ever gets sucked into those portals, which I'm sure she will at some point, we're going to need to save her quickly. And the speedrun centers around, you know, doing things like I'm doing now, which is putting her in very specific places so that either she's safe from shadows or the shadows don't spawn. We will be manipulating how the game treats shadow encounters to avoid them wherever possible. Why are the shadows trying to take her away? Well, this castle is ruled by a queen of darkness. Which sounds... I was going to say it sounds cooler than it is, but actually not really. She's pretty boss. And the shadows are trying to take Yorda back to the queen. I don't actually know if Yorda is like her daughter, or if she's just some glowy prisoner. I'm assuming she's her daughter because she also has special powers. But for where I've put Yorda right now, she's safe. There are no shadow encounters in the room that she's standing in. So no matter how long we leave her there, she's going to be okay while I do all of these puzzles. And we'll see here in a little bit kind of more context for where we're trying to go. Fumito Ueda, who is the creator of all of these Team Eco games, is super notorious for giving you, you know, sneak peeks of everywhere that you're going to be. In all of the games, the map is very interconnected and you'll be able to see... I mean, you'll be able to see the end from the beginning, essentially, in all of his games. So we're going to be able to see our goal, and then we're going to keep looping around and connecting all of the pieces of this castle until eventually we can make it to where we're trying to go. Positively glowing, moisturized, in her lane, flourishing. Look, I'm gonna be real. I could drop down and make this faster, because this is a speed run, but I'm scared. It's been a long time since we've gotten a checkpoint. I'm gonna spend an extra 2 seconds and not die. So this is, see, the same room that we were in before. You can already see that we're doing a lot of almost like Dark Souls-y interconnected world stuff, right? And the reason that I'm calling Yorda the vast majority of the time isn't because I actually want Yorda to come to me. If I wanted her to come to me, I would just go grab her hand, like I'm going to. It's because for some reason Eco runs very slightly faster when he's calling. Come on, Yorda. So shadow encounters are tied to Yorda. You'll see that... Well, okay, you would have seen if he had not been super distracted. There was a shadow in that room. The same shadow that was chasing us the first time. So if shadow encounters happen... Can you sit down for a second, hun? Thank you. Okay, we're just gonna checkpoint real quick. If a shadow encounter happens while Yorda's in the room, the encounter stops when she leaves the room, which is why Eco can then like go back into that room by himself and there's no shadows. But if Yorda comes back in the room, the shadows will be there again. So they're tied to Yorda's presence. And as I said, we will use that to our advantage where possible. Either by taking Yorda out of the room so that Eco can do things without interruption, or by, you know, walking Yorda through a room very quickly and manipulating when and for how long the shadows are there. I knocked down a chandelier because I'm gonna need to light a bomb here in a second, and I needed the fire from the chandelier. You stay here, honey, I think. Yes, you stay here. So, you know, you walk down the stairs, you grab this human-sized bomb, as you do. I mean, I do that at least once a week. You light it on this chandelier that we knocked down. You're not supposed to light it this way, which is why it's taking me so long. And now we've blown up this bridge, which creates a different path than the path we just took. And we can proceed. Sadly, we will not be getting the lightsaber. Nor will we be enjoying watermelon with our lovely waifu. I don't actually remember how you get the lightsaber. Sancho would know. He's like the preeminent authority in Eco. But there's like a lightsaber, there's a mace. We are just relegated to our beloved stick. And sometimes a sword. If we're very lucky. Always nice to have the sword. So as you can see, anytime that Yorda uses her special powers to activate one of those, like, pillar doors, all of the shadows in the room are gonna die. Which is fantastic, because then I don't have to fight them. It also serves as a checkpoint, which is really, really important, because there are not as many saves as would make me comfortable. So having checkpoints is nice. Guys, can you mind your own business for, like, a second? Okay, so we didn't watch the cutscene, but here at the end of the room that we're in, is this giant door. That's our goal. That's the door out of the castle. And this door is made of 2 sides. It's not just the little tiny door that you can see. It's like the whole thing is the door. And so it's made of 2 sides, and neither of them have the power turned on right now. So in order to open the door, we have to restore power to both sides. That's going to take us to West Arena and East Arena, one of which is significantly harder than the other. And that's essentially our goal for the majority of the game, is to use the light rays created from those arenas to shine them on the door and turn the door on so that we can come back here and leave. Come, Yorda, come on. Why don't you want to hold my hand, honey? Alright, so off we go to the first, and arguably, in my opinion, one of the hardest skips in the game. It's not necessarily even a skip. It's kind of a skip. You know what I'm talking about? Like an exploit kind of deal. Called Graveyard. You stay here, Yorda. So there's going to be like a big shadow fight, and you're supposed to fight, you know, a bunch of shadows, and then there's going to be another shadow fight, and you're supposed to fight all of those, and that it takes forever. So ideally, what's going to happen? I say ideally because, you know, RNG. Ideally, what's going to happen is I'm going to trigger both shadow fights at the same time, and then we're going to get Yorda the heck out of there before the shadows can hurt her. So here's Graveyard. We are absolutely going to sit down on this bench because benches are save points, and this is scary. I would never expect for this to go, like, correctly. I just want it to go fine, you know? Also, save music slaps, though. Alright, come on, Yorda. So, honey, I need you to stand, like, right here. Okay? And then don't move. Don't move. We about to have a marathon run moment, I'm sure. This is so hard. So there's 2 pressure plates on either side of the door. And I need to get 2 boxes on top of those 2 pressure plates. Problem is, one of the boxes is up above us and we can't reach it right now. So for now, sure. There's one of the 2 pressure plates we need to open the door. Usually what you do is you deal with this shadow encounter, and then you and Yorda would, like, stand on the thing together, and you'd cooperate, and it would be great. Come on, Yordy. Instead, what I'm going to try to do is get Yorda to stand on that, and then just literally abandon her. Farewell. So, yes, there's a shadow encounter out there, and she's just standing there. The shadows are actively, right now, as we are speaking, yep, going to get her. And in fact, they did just grab her, and that was really fast. I think we are going to die. But you know what? We're going to try. That little zoom indicated that she got grabbed. Alright, Yorda, where are you, honey? Oh, she's still in the air. We have a chance. She's not in a puddle yet. So let's get her. Which one is she in? This one? Yorda, you back here, honey? I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. Stay away from my waifu! Come on, Yorda. Let's go, let's go. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. Give me my waifu. No. Come on, Yorda. Let's go, let's go, let's go. There are so many shadows back here. Give me my waifu. So, despite what it looks like, this actually is not going that badly. Nope. Alright, we got a moment of freedom. Come on, Yorda. Yorda, run. So the problem, she's gonna get caught again. I need to do this box. And she's gonna be running with me, but she's also getting caught, and that's fine. That's fine. Bruh. My mans. Can you just let me do this box real quick, dude? Eco, don't climb on top of the box. We got a waifu in peril here. Alright. Door's open. Both boxes are in. I just have to get to my wife. But we have to do it quickly. She's in a puddle. She's gonna turn me to stone. Yordi, let's go. Come on. She's free. Let her go. Come on, Yorda. Grab my hand. Grab my hand. These shadows are relentless today. Come on, Yorda. She let go. No, honey. Oh, hey, thank you. The shadow's just taking her right to the door. What a champion. Come on, let's go, let's go. We made it. Alright. We're safe. For now. The one moment we had of actual freedom in that, where Yorda and I could have just run away, she let go of my hand. Like an absolute champion. So despite the way that that seemed, that did not go that poorly. We didn't die. We didn't have to kill all the shadows in order to get Yorda to actually, you know, be able to come with us. Good morning, Morty! His lights just turned on. Now the only thing we have to do is succeed in this, because at the end of this room, as you can see, there's a little pillar door. It's a checkpoint. All we have to do is just succeed. The timing on this is really precise, though. Are you ready, Yorda? Come on. Oh, Yorda, you need to run. Yorda, honey, please. Thank you. Fantastic. That was perfect. The timing on that is really specific so that she doesn't get grabbed by the shadow at the bottom, and the two shadows that are waiting for her up top will fall over our heads at the same time that she's invincible because she's climbing up. So we've checkpointed. We're past the graveyard. We don't need to worry about that anymore. We don't need to worry about, like, losing progress. What's the main character doing in this place? So the cutscenes at the beginning showed that Eco, this little boy with horns, was like, his hands were tied up and he was being brought here by a group of people. Because he has horns. Horned boys are brought to this place as part of, like, the religious ritual stuff that their tribe does. Because the horned boys are, like, special, and they are like, yo, get out of here, we don't want you here. So all of the horned boys are brought here. And he was stuck in, like, a little... I almost want to call it, like, a sarcophagus. But luckily for him, it was unstable, and it tipped over, and he fell out. And that's the only reason that he's not trapped forever. Yeah, whether he was exiled from his tribe because they didn't want him, or he was sacrificed because, you know, that's what they do. Not sure. And you know, Yorda listened. usually she'll stand on this little platform and she'll shake her head and she's like, nope, I'm not doing this. But she listened. And it's fairly common for her to do that, you know, throughout the run. To just shake her head and refuse to do whatever death-defying thing I'm asking her to do, which, you know, that's fair. Once Yorda has your hand, no, you cannot drop her. However, there is definitely ways to accidentally have her, like, fall off a cliff. So she's not completely invincible. Okay, Yordi, can you stay here, please? That's not, like, good enough. Yep, stay there. Don't move. Please. We're gonna try to cheese this encounter. And if we can't, it's fine. You're obviously not really supposed to. Don't move, honey. Stay there. If Yorda is positioned correctly, these shadows will not be able to figure out how to go down to the ground and get her. But that is contingent on her not moving. Come on, Yorda. Come on, honey. We gotta go. In here. Good job. Stay in there. Don't. Yep. Oh, beautiful. Whoopsie. So now she's trapped in there. They can't get to her. And we should just be able to run right past them without having to do any of this shadow encounter. This is spectacular. I would never have expected this to actually work in a marathon. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch, huh? Come on, Yorda. What species is the sleepy boy? Mort is a blue-tongued skink. He is a lizard. Run, Yorda. Run. Oh, glorious. Fantastic. Yeah, perhaps Mort will move at some point. Perhaps he will spend the next 8 hours sleeping. You know. That encounter is always so frustrating. It's so nice to see that that worked. Because usually what happens is Yorda will get grabbed by a shadow, and you just barely can't hit it before it takes her into the pool, which is fine because you can get her out really easily. Like, there's only 2 shadows. But the problem is that when a shadow goes into a pool with Yorda, it becomes a new shadow. Like, any damage that you did to it is gone, and you have to wait for it to respawn. So it really, like, lengthens the entire encounter. Because even if you kill the other one, now you're just, like, standing here, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for another one to appear. So it's very nice that that worked out the way it did. Alright, 1, 2. 2 guys are coming out here. And we are going to try to get them both stuck. Of course, that immediately did not work. Thank you, little tiny fella. Alright. Oh, Yorda got dragged into that hole. That's perfectly fine. Ideal, in fact. This shadow can take Yorda away to a place where we can't rescue her. So it's nice that she ended up there. So you'll see what I mean. That shadow disappeared into the hole, which means now we just have to stand here and wait for him to reappear. The good news is that... Come on, buddy. There was a big shadow and a little shadow when this encounter started. The little shadow, which we just killed, is the one responsible for starting the second phase. So we do want to kill him second. Because otherwise we're gonna have too many shadows to deal with. Alright. So aside from having to wait for that one to respawn, that went about as good as we could have hoped. Hey Yorda! You wanna go for a ride? Whoops. Come on, Eco. It's a box, man. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. There you go. Whee! Now, you know, this is a marathon. We're going to play this a little bit safe. We're going to save a little more often than we would normally, because we don't want to have to redo sections. And should I fail this upcoming jump, we would be redoing a lot, so let's just sit down real quick. There's no harm in sitting down with a waifu, right? Thanks, Yorda. You hang out here for a second. So behind me is this giant gap, and it's got like a, I don't know, platform that can go across it. I don't know what function this ever would have served in this world, but, you know, just go along with it. So we have to wait for Yorda to get on the platform, and then we'll ferry her across. There are shadows underneath. Those don't matter. They can't come up to Yorda. They're for me when I go down there in a second. Okay, I gotta set this up real quick. Because this has to be very, very specific. Or else we die. Beautiful. 2 successful jumps. We want to see those guys turtled up into the ground like that, instead of chasing me. Because that gives us just enough time to get up here without being punched. But those shadows in that room were the ones that we just saw spawn, and that was their entire purpose, was just to make my life a little bit harder. So... Yorda's out waiting for me in a place where, at least for right now, there's not any shadows. So she's safe. I'm gonna just be a little extra careful here. You can jump backwards and start up these stairs a little bit faster. If you miss, you'll die. Found that out the hard way, so we don't do that anymore. So we've got more pillar doors down there. Hi, Yorda. That's going to be a checkpoint. As soon as we touch it, we just need to get Yorda across. I didn't check if she was on it, and she wasn't. I do that every time. Without fail, every single time. I always think to myself, by the time I'm at the top of the ladder, I'm like, okay, I just gotta make sure Yorda's on her platform. And then I just completely forget. In the 5 steps it takes me to get over to this lever. Come on, Yorda. I still don't have the platinum in this game. I don't even remember what all of the trophies are. The speedrun trophy, though, is quite strict. Like, it's not that far off from an actual speedrun. So Yorda gets caught, it's fine. There's only this one shadow, and we have plenty of time to save her. And then, obviously, you know, we just walk over here, and the encounter's over. But yeah, I want to say the speedrun trophy for this game is 3 hours. And I'm pretty sure when I was learning, like, the actual any percent for this game, my first couple times were, like, 2.5 hours. Or 2 hours 40. So it's pretty stringent. So here we are at... this is West Arena. This is one of the 2 mechanisms that are going to turn on the big door that we saw earlier to allow us to escape. And you can see this big circle, right? We're going to open that up, we're going to let light shine through that, and that's going to power one side of the door. So our entire purpose over here is to get light to shine through that big circle above our heads. Beat the game in 2 hours? Is it really? That's even more ridiculous. Because, I mean, granted, that's going to be 2 hours in-game instead of real-time. So it's a little bit more, you know, feasible. But my in-game PB for running any percent for this game is, I believe, 1 hour 46. Alright, so we had to take care of all those spiders so that Yorda would actually sit down with us. I do want to save here. And Yorda won't sit down if there's still those little spiders. She's scared and she just keeps running around. We're going to actually do a hard save here. Just to be sure, you know. You can see we're already at, you know, 34 minutes out of our 2 hours. And that's 34 minutes in-game, and according to my splits, we are at 37 minutes and 5 seconds, so... Eco. Dude. Alright, I can almost guarantee that this skip isn't going to work. It basically never does. But we're going to try anyway, because it's so dark. Can't see. That was really good, though. Come on, Yorda. Come on. Climb, climb, climb. Go, Yorda. Yorda, go. Yordi, honey. Good job, good job. Keep going. Keep going. You're failing. You were Yep, yep, yep. Up. Nope. Up, Yorda. Yep. Nope. Yorda, climb up the ladder, please. Yorda, go. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. Honey, one more. I just need her to get to the top. Oh, Yorda. She's almost there. One more. Yes. Oh, she made it to the top. She made it to the top. Come on, Yorda. Let's go. Oh, Yorda, sweetie. Okay. Yeah, you can actually stay out here, Yorda. It's fine. Ah. That was the most nerve-wracking 30 seconds of my life. She's doing her best, you know? She's doing her best. The shadows were like interfering with her ability to climb is what was happening. She wasn't just being the most indecisive lady that you've ever seen. So that big reflector out there is already pointed in the direction that we need it to be, so we don't need to worry about it. We just need to get back out to Yorda quickly, because there is going to be a shadow encounter out there, and we need to be there to protect her. Ladders are hard, you know? Okay, Eco, light your thing. I'm getting scared. The Yorda timer. She hasn't been caught yet. But we need to get through here. And she should be caught probably right as we go through. Yep, there she goes. Come on, Yorda. Where is she? Where is she? There's my girl. Hey, Yordi. Alright, so now we've got a sword dropped on the ground, which I have now picked up. Yorda, stay with me, honey, because there's still a shadow. Come on, Yorda. Stay with me. Don't let go of my hand, honey. You're making it impossible to protect you. There he is. So sword is more powerful than stick. Big surprise. We needed Yorda to stay with us because that shadow can take her outside of this big fence. And if I hadn't been able to lower it in time, then, you know, she would have ended up in a place where I couldn't rescue her. But we fine. We're doing just fine. So this sword lets me chop things, which we're going to use for like 2 seconds, and then sadly get rid of the sword again. There are a few things in this world more powerful than sword. Flaming stick doesn't even hold a candle to sword. No pun intended. And yet we love stick. And we have a category called stick percent because we love stick. Sword makes me feel safe though, because I could kill shadows in like 2 or 3 hits instead of like 8. So in case you didn't get the chance to see that there is in fact water here, that's why Yorda can't follow me. I have to go turn this water off before Yorda can come up to where I am. Because as we have seen with her ability to climb ladders, climbing maybe is not her strong suit. And we'll just help her out. I almost died. You saw nothing. It's fine. Oh. Hey, double slice. Very nice. So we're lowering some bridges that are going to get me to where I need to go. Hi, dog. Squeak. Don't know if you heard that. She's got a squeaky ball. Climbing isn't my strong suit either, nor was anything. Alright, come on, Yorda. Alright, I've turned the water off. Let's go. I'm sorry I kinda yanked your arm out of its socket. I hope you'll forgive me. Okay, so this little bit is a prequel, of what is to come. There are shadows there, as you can see. Because we didn't kill them earlier. Because Yorda actually eventually climbed the ladder. So we're going to do basically an identical puzzle in East Arena. Where we go across here and one by one Yorda activates these, you know, stepping stones. The problem is that in East Arena, there's a bunch of shadows. One shadow in particular, we call Mr. Clippy, because he likes to hang out underneath the bridge and then just teleport through the bridge onto your face and then grab Yorda and fly away. And so you die. Quickly. And you have to do the whole place again. We're going to hope that that doesn't happen. For now, we're just going to savor the fact that we completed this arena. Right, Yorda? We'll cross that literal bridge when we get to it. It's basically impossible to see, but I did leave my stick there on the ground. I gotta go back and get it. Open this. And open this. And then, at long last, our job is complete. We've opened the circle. We opened the other circle, so now the light from that reflector can shine all the way through, uninterrupted, and it hits one of these balls, which turns on one side of the door. Success! Halfway. Gotta grab my sword again. Yorda, where'd you go? Hey, honey, let's go. I'm gonna need this sword for, you know, both for actual mechanical and comfort purposes. Be sure to feed Yorda some barrels. Alright, Yorda. I'm gonna temporarily leave you with the Yorda delivery service. I will meet you in a minute. So as you can see, we've got shadows. And we've got 1, 2, 3 little ridges that we run past. And then we just say, bye, Yorda. Guess you're gonna have to deal with that yourself. So it's really important that we don't call her. We just leave her there. And this should all time out correctly. That seems a little early. Yorda, I'm concerned about you, honey. I am concerned about my waifu, but you know, we're just gonna see what happens here. Okay, she's like already in the thing. I'm just gonna go save her. Let me down. Let me down. Don't hassle me. Let me get my waifu out of the hole. Oh no! Why am I here? Why am I here? Let me get my waifu. Grab my waifu. Where's the waifu? Alright, got the waifu. Waifu secured. See? This is why I wanted my sword. You good, Yorda? Come here, honey. We're just gonna... You go in here, alright? Can you stay in here for a second? Please? Okay, so the way that was supposed to work... Yeah, all according to Keikaku, yep. It was definitely exactly what I planned for. What was supposed to happen was Yorda was not supposed to run after me like that. She was supposed to stay exactly where she was. And then the shadows would have grabbed her, but I would have been in this room by the time that they put her, or they were close to putting her in the hole. And then by entering this room, it would have reset where the shadows were. So basically they would have carried her most of the way to the shadow pool, and then would have had to start over. Which means that by the time that I was done, and I came back down that ladder, they would have essentially delivered her right to my face, and I would have slapped one of them in the face, grabbed her hand, and left. But that wasn't quite what happened. And it's fine. It only cost us, you know, a couple extra seconds to deal with those shadows. But it is fun to just have a shadow, like, deliver your waifu to you. In the end, as long as she's safe, that's what matters. Now, this room we have been in before. And it had shadows in it. And now we are entering this room for the second time and starting another shadow encounter that we are not going to deal with. And then later, we're going to enter this room and start a third shadow encounter, and we're not going to deal with that either. So we're creating more and more shadows in this room that we're gonna have to run past every time we go through here. And because this door is already open, we can't vaporize him this time. It worked out, though. Ah, we get a brief little reprieve where we don't have to worry about shadows. Okay, Yorda. You are gonna go down there. Strong, independent lady. She can find her own way. Eventually. 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 Yorda? Honey. Thank you. She'll be here. I hope. Alright, so she should still be finishing up her casual run toward me while I'm doing this. Hey Yorda, you here? He's almost here. Good enough. Alright, up we go. Thankfully we get a checkpoint. It's been a hot second. Every time we get those, we permanently cement our progress. And that was actually a gold split. That went very well. Despite the fact that Yorda delivery service did not work out. Also, this is one of my favorite little skips in the run. It's so simple, but it's real cheeky and I like it. Boop. And we've just skipped like 5 minutes of gameplay. Theoretically speaking, can you drop that box on top of Yorda? Yorda, very much like Trico from The Last Guardian, is actually pretty smart when it comes to things like that. She'll step out of the way. Hey Yorda, can I pull this lever, please? Thanks. So we're going to skip another couple minutes of gameplay by essentially avoiding this entire puzzle. You're not supposed to really be able to just jump up and grab that like that, but by lining yourself up very specifically, you can just barely snag that little ledge. And then we skip like an entire block pushing puzzle where we have to push a block down here for Yorda to be able to get up further. You can see the block back there that we would have to use. Alright, Yordi, I know this is a big ladder. Big responsibility here. Oh, yeah, gotta go backwards real quick. You can do it. Alright. She'll figure it out. I believe. It's gonna take a little while. I don't want to get too far away from her. Alright, I can see that she's almost here. What have I done? What has happened? Nope. Did not want to be here without Yorda. Where is Yordi? Hey, honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to abandon you. Door just kind of sucked me in real quick. One rung at a time. You know what? Slow and steady wins the race eventually. Okay, Yorda. Now I'm gonna tell you something. There are birds in here, and I know that that's very exciting. So you, go ahead, go play with some birds. I'll meet you in a minute. Yorda loves birds. So I'm sure we'll find her wherever those birds happen to end up. Also, you know, gotta chop my fingers a little bit every time that we shimmy here. I'm fine. I don't need those. I mean, I guess where else is he supposed to put the sword, right? Like, he doesn't have, like, a scabbard. He has a belt, I suppose. But you could just... Well, I was gonna say, well, you could just ask Yorda to hold it, but, is that really... Is that really smart? Hi, Yorda. Where are the birds, honey? So that lever that I pulled turned on this, like, water pump thing over here. This thing. Which I'm gonna need to use to get up to where I'm trying to go next. That was potentially the worst jump I've ever seen. There we go. And that's actually a part that can give a lot of first-time players difficulty, because the timing is very much not what you think it would be. Like, it doesn't make sense, kind of. So it's nice to see that we actually got past that without a problem. Alright, Yorda, you come out here. Look, there's more birds. And we don't really want her to go play with the birds because that puts her all the way at the back of the area. And we have to wait a while for her to come to us. Hi, Yorda. Alright, we'll need that later. So we're sending it down the river. And you can, you don't need the water to be here. You can just manually push it down later once we turn the water off. But it's obviously faster to let the water do it. But of course we're turning the water off because Yorda can't swim. And we need her to go down that direction. And this water wheel actually didn't exist in the PlayStation 2 version. There's some pretty significant differences between PS2 and PS3 Eco. This is the PS3 equivalent version, even though we're playing it on a PS5. There's a lot of puzzles that are different. There's a lot of shortcuts that don't exist. So if you like this game, check out both versions because they're substantially different. Alright, just for safety's sake, we're gonna sit on this bench. Yeah, we won't do a full save, but we'll just do a little checkpoint. Just in case Yorda decides to be particular about how she does this next section. Thanks for the donation! Supporting Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Much appreciated. You stay here. So here's our box from earlier. It's faster to call Yorda from the box than it is to go all the way up here, but the timing is a little bit tighter because there are about to be shadows. And it's much easier for her to be captured. Technically, the shadows aren't supposed to be able to grab her when she's on this box. But, you know, sometimes the game just decides it do be that way. Beautiful, another checkpoint. And way down there, you can actually see the very end of the game. We're going to end up there, like 45 minutes from now. And that is the final section before the finale. Man, she just did that, like, right away. No head shake, no walking back and forth. She is on today, for the most part. We'll ignore the thing with the ladder. That didn't happen. I don't actually think that Yorda has said no yet. Right? Yeah, she has a lot of faith that this scrawny little boy is going to be able to catch her. Matt, you stay there. We don't want her to go any further or she'll trigger a shadow encounter. As long as she doesn't move of her own volition, we should be fine to do this at, of course, whatever pace Eco decides, and Eco decides that pace is, yeah, I'm not going to do it at all. Bruh. Just jump, dude. This particular platform doesn't have the, like, I'm gonna wobble on the edge programmed into it, which is why he just keeps walking off. Okay, Yorda, you ready? Because once we start going, we gotta go. Why, Yorda, why did you end up in, like, the most inconvenient place conceivable? Alright, as soon as Yorda is set onto this platform, the shadow encounter starts, and as per usual, we're just gonna ignore it. But we are about to be in a higher level of this same room, starting a second shadow encounter. And they will overlap. These shadows will still be there. Which puts us obviously at double the risk of Yorda being captured. If she's captured in the next section, there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. Because they will take her to a place that we can't reach. So there they are, down there. They're still wandering around trying to figure out what's happening. And then a second encounter will also be starting. Alright, Yorda. Get in here. Get in here. We gotta go. I'm gonna slice your knees. If we are lucky, none of these shadows will be able to figure out how to get into this elevator. But I'm sure you can see that if a shadow gets into this elevator, and I manage to somehow keep missing him, which is not as hard as it seems, he'll just take Yorda out, and there's no way I can get this back down fast enough to save her, so... Apparently the shadows just decided that they did not care. Which, hey, you know what? I'm fine with that. Run, Yorda! Save your knees! Architecture is like a big Ueda thing. He loves this like old ruined aesthetic, and even more than that, he loves to watch the old ruined aesthetic crumble, which is why so many of these games are going to include like breaking architecture or explosions, you know. Last Guardian is like the most guilty of that. We break things all the time, but he loves it. I call them classic Ueda moments. Is her arm rubber? By now it is. Oh, she shook her head. Way to stand up for your own boundaries, Yorda. I wouldn't trust me either. Like, look, I love my husband to death. If he was like, hey, I'm standing over this giant chasm, trust me, I'll grab you. I'd be like, will you? You might have been able to hear my stomach there. That was very loud. I'm extremely hungry. In between Eco and Shadow, I'm gonna grab a snack. So we've still got our sword, actually, which is wonderful. Love the sword. Don't tell Stick I said that. Which means that I'm gonna ignore that stick because I love my sword so much. And we're just gonna light this bomb in a different way. It's funny because if you just watch the any %, you would basically have no idea that you can or are supposed to light bombs using a stick, because we never do. I mean, I'm going to an East Arena later, just for safety's sake, but... Alright. Wait for the camera. It is so easy to die in this place. If you jump when that camera is spinning, odds are you're going to go in some random direction. Oh, it's so easy to die here. And by here, I just mean like in the place where we are existing right now. You're just like, nah, I'm done with this. So she never grabs my hand there. She's always like adamant that she'll do it herself. Which is why we can just like leave her. Okay, push the box. Box is going to be used to get us up to a place where we're going to drag out a chain that we're going to use for the rest of the platforming. That chain is death. I don't want to die there, but we might. Because for some reason, it's one of the only places in the game where Eco is like, if you don't use the D-pad and you use the joystick instead, I am going to just vault off in the most random direction. And any direction that is not exactly forward is death. So, we're going to be doing some D-pad jumps. Oh, I'm so scared. Okay, okay. Okay, jump number 1. It doesn't look that hard. It does not look... It's like, it's just right in front of you. How could you possibly miss? The better question is, how could you possibly not miss? That thing is the trixiest thing in this entire game. The way back is worse, though. Alright, that box is coming out. That's what we're going to use to get Yorda across. Alright, we're gonna wait for the camera to fully spin. Alright, the game lagged for a second and I panicked. Alright, we're across. We made it. Oh no. Yorda, where you at, honey? Why are you all the way back there? That would have been very bad. Come on, honey. We gotta go. Now, there's gonna be a shadow encounter. It's gonna happen quickly. It's gonna happen right next to where Yorda is standing. You ready, honey? As soon as I drop down, here we go. Come on, Yorda. Jump, jump, jump. Yorda, honey, let's go. Yorda. Thank you. As you can see, we truly did not have a lot of time there. But, of course, as soon as she triggers this, we get a checkpoint. We're safe! We've banked more progress. And now, we are headed to East Arena, the hardest part of the game. Because of Mr. Clippy. And only because of Mr. Clippy, really. But, you know, we'll take it as it comes. You can see that half of the door now is lit up because we've done half of the stuff required to get out. The one, like, calming thing about this, right, is that if East Arena goes poorly because of Mr. Clippy, that's not your fault, right? Like, just an enemy glitched into the bridge, and it just is what it is, you know? And if Mr. Clippy shows up, it's still possible that we could save Yorda. It's just unlikely. Oh, she's off. Farewell. Okay, Yordi. We can do this, right? We can do this. Eco, just cut the thing. Thank you. Okay, come on, Yorda. I don't want you up here with me. Here, Yorda, let's go. Let's go. Hurry. Alright, so we're now on a timer. Now that both of those have been cut, we're on a timer for Shadow Encounter to start out there, which is why we're dragging Yorda away from there as fast as possible. Because the Shadow Encounter is tied to Yorda. If Yorda is not in there, the clock isn't ticking. Morty is so sleepy. He's doing a heckin' sleep. So we're absolutely doing a hard save here. This is going to be our best chance of losing as little progress as possible if Mr. Clippy shows up. Sadly, at long last, I need to trade my sword for my beloved stick. Come on, Yorda. Let's go, honey. Alright, so we're going to take Yorda over here. We're going to drop her down this way so that she doesn't have to climb the ladder, which takes longer. Alright, here we go. This is a little bit different than the last encounter. So we're going to leave Yorda down there by herself. Shadows aren't going to start spawning until I open this door. But then once they do, we gotta get out of here quick. And it's the same deal as before. We're going to be pursued by shadows. Yorda needs to go up a ladder. I'm sure you can see how that's kind of a problem. Alright, Yorda. We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go. You ready? Don't let go of my hand. Get my hand. Up the ladder. Let's go. Come on, Yorda. Yorda. Is she actually doing it? Yorda! Good job! Yes! Oh, and she made it all the way to the top. Yorda, that's like the fastest I've ever seen you do that, honey. Good job. Alright, so there's going to be this shadow encounter starting out here. But we were fast enough that for the most part, they're just spawning in and kind of getting their bearings. Oof. So now I'm going to shove her in this corner so that she doesn't follow me back out of this room. And as long as water is flowing in that room, no shadows can spawn there. Which means that she's safe to just like be left alone in there. Sadly, I cannot save without Yorda, and I also cannot pick up my sword. Actually, no, I do need to pick up my sword, because I'm going to need to slice some things. Yes, please. Give me sword. I need it. I wish I could save, but we, of course, have to sit on the bench with our waifu in order to save, so... Out we go, and as always, because the shadow encounters are tied to Yorda and not Eco, the shadows that were here before are not here now. And that went so well, right, Shavil? That went, like, so perfectly. Which makes me extra scared of Mr. Clippy. Ew, that was, like, the worst place to grab that. You pull faster if you pull toward the outside compared to the inside. Alright, so we moved that reflector so that here in a minute it will be facing in the correct direction to shine its light. Forgot which side the ladder was on, don't mind me. And you can see that this is in many ways a mirror of the side that we've already done. The puzzles are slightly different, but the overall, like, structure of the building is the same. Squeaky! I still don't know if you can hear my dog squeaking her toys. Oh, I almost died again. I hate that jump. Hey, Moxie! Can you choose one of your toys that doesn't squeak? Okay, here we go. It's gonna be... We're just gonna blast through. Either we're gonna die, or we're gonna do very well, and it's all gonna happen in about 30 seconds. So here's the hard part of East Arena. This is all very, very tight timing. Yorda is now in danger, because we stopped the water. So all of this has to be done very quickly before the shadow comes to get her. But that's not even the scary part. The scary part, of course, is Mr. Clippy, but... No, that's literally what she said. I said, can you get a toy that isn't squeaky? And she went and got her snake, which is the squeakiest toy she owns. Whew, okay. We can do this. We can do this. Alright, we are going to leave this bomb right here and make sure we come to a full stop, or else we're going to accidentally throw it. Alright, bomb is lit, which is great. Sometimes it can be hard to actually light it. Alright, we're in a loading zone, so Yorda's going to be safe for a second. And now we're in the same zone as Yorda, which is great. And look at this, she's up here to meet me. Awesome. Alright, alright. Why am I walking that way? Fantastic. Now it's literally just Mr. Clippy or bust. You can see shadows starting to spawn. Why did you let go of me, honey? Alright, here we go. This is the bridge. This is always Always really scary. It's really important that we head through the opening very smoothly. And oh, that was like the smoothest it's ever been. Fantastic. Okay. So, uh-oh. Don't you do it! Oh, these guys are so close! No! Yorda, go! Ah! Mr. Clippy behaved differently, but that was him. And he did grab Yorda, which is catastrophic. But... ah, we did it. My blood pressure might be twice what it's supposed to be. But as soon as we walked through those pillars, we got a checkpoint. So... oh, that was scary. It's okay, Yorda. Nobody takes my waifu. So usually Mr. Clippy comes up like through the floor. And instead what happened there was he just like boosted his way directly towards us. Because you saw like after the first little encounter with him, there was suddenly just a shadow in front of me for no reason. Like, they make up their own rules. Oh, come on, Yordi. Let's get out of this castle. Yo, good job! You made it down the ladder and everything. Big save. And even better... we don't have to worry about shadows out here. There is no shadow encounter on this bridge, unlike the other bridge. We got our light shining through. Both sides of the door are activated. And now we just gotta get the heck out of this castle. Yeah, there's the door. Now fully turned on. You stay here for a second. I'll be right back. Alright, we've lowered our bridge. That's gonna get us back to the door. Mort is here and has not moved since the beginning of the run. The good news is at the end of this run we get a few minutes of credits that we can't skip because there's gameplay afterwards that still counts as like part of the time. So I can go and like give Mort a snack or otherwise reveal him further. Oh, why are you standing here? What? No. Why were those shadows just like spawn camped? I have never in my life seen two shadows just like waiting for me at that door. Oof. So this is the room with the multiple shadow encounters that we've never resolved. Get off of me. Help. Okay, okay. That was terrifying. Why were they so close? But whatever. We don't ever have to go through that room again. And because of how East Arena went, we just golded by 4 minutes, so... cool. Okay. Now we can just kind of take in the atmosphere again for a little while. Because here we are, heading toward the door. Unless I do something unbelievable, we're not going to PB Eco, because my Eco PB is actually fairly decent. But That was the best that I've ever... That was a PB, like, for East Arena. So, in the cutscene that we skipped, Yorda's power has kind of been, like, compromised, and she's very weak right now, which is why her hair is a different color. So, every few steps we gotta walk for a little bit, or else she's gonna be too weak, and she's gonna fall over, and it's gonna take a while for her to get back up. Oh yeah, squeaky squeaky. Yeah, East Arena as opposed to like West Arena. The two like main places that we spend our time in this game. I got you, Yorda. I got you. Stick, no. This is where stick percent ends. So that's what the like cloud thing looks like that turns things to stone. So Yorda's being turned to stone right now. And there's the queen. I think this is the first time we get to see her since we're not watching cutscenes. 4-4 sailboat, lizard-eating seagulls, as Sancho would say if he were here. So we almost escaped. Almost there. But now, of course, we have to go save our waifu. We can't just let her be petrified at the behest of the queen forever. Also, if you're gonna be here for the entire Trifecta, lock these cages in your mind. Take a mental screenshot, as it were, because we're gonna see these again. Alright, so again, I'm not actually calling Yorda, I'm just using this to run slightly faster. And now that Yorda isn't with us, we can't sit on benches, we can't activate the pillar doors, which means anytime we transition, black screen like this, that is now our checkpoint. Which is really useful. We're gonna need that. And now we're in that water area that I called out before, that I said was pretty close to the end of the game. My only waifu is Mort. So I have like on my stream I have a little bot that you can ask Mort questions and he answers like automatically. And someone did once ask if Mort would marry them and he did say yes. He did later change his mind, but you know, for a brief moment, he said yes. So the thing about this water area is, like the rest of the game, it's all connected. Unfortunately for us, that means that if we should miss a jump, like miscalculate or anything, usually that means you fall all the way to the bottom. Which sucks, so let's not do that, yeah? Eco, I'm gonna need you to yump, thank you. So we're gonna be careful. I would rather spend an extra 15 seconds in this entire area and make sure that I make these jumps. Alright, so we've got some water wheels turning. Those are going to be our key to getting up higher. Lovely. One little step at a time. Because all of these individual little platforming things are all scary in their own way. Like even like this little thing, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Because the camera keeps changing, it's really easy to just walk off of that. But we're almost there. And you can do these chains without doing 3 swings on each of them. We're gonna do 3 swings, because if we don't, there we are back in the water. And nobody wants that. We are so close. Let's not fumble it in the home stretch here. Same reason that I didn't like run forward to grab that. I just stood in one place and jumped up. Because if you run forward and because of depth perception you miss, it's back in the water at the beginning. So cool. All right. The most difficult part of the water, we call it water world, or the waterworks, is done. Easy peasy. We just got that black screen, which means that's a checkpoint. No problem. That jump will always be consistent as long as you do it in the same way. And I died. Well, that's okay. Because we just got a checkpoint, like I said, so it's fine. Kind of veered off a little bit to the right, so that's how that happened. Okay. You love to see it. The end of the game is gonna be like this, huh? Yeah, you know what? Sure. Sure. Let's just drop down here in a safe way, huh? Alright, Eco, can you jump where I tell you to this time? Thanks. We just have to make the queen feel like she has a chance, you know? Alright. Now this is the scary one. Ooh. It's always real scary. But it is actually really consistent as long as you set it up the same way. And here we go. We get another black screen, so that's another checkpoint. So we're back inside the inner workings of the castle. But we still have to find Yorda, because we're not going to make it very far without her. And she's also stone right now, which is, you know, problematic in its own right. So yeah, the queen is just hanging out. We would have seen her a couple other times had we actually watched cutscenes. But she's just kind of hanging out right around where Yorda is. Ooh, you love to see it. Always scary though. You want to bounce off of that chain because it drops you down basically to the bottom of it without you having to climb, which obviously takes less time. But it's always scary to think that you're going to fall to your death. That one's always scary to me too, because it never looks like he's gonna make it. Okay, now we want to be careful, because if we drop on top of these pillars, we'll survive. If we drop next to the pillars, we'll die. But as you can see, those are pillars that only Yorda can activate, so we're kind of running into some problems, right? You love to see it. You love this moment. So this is the Queen's Sword. It has the same powers as Yorda does, presumably because Yorda's power also comes from the Queen. We are now basically untouchable. It's very exciting. I'm sure I'll still find a way to die, but... because the Queen's Sword has the same powers as Yorda, that means that now we can activate these on our own. Yeah, time to get some vengeance on some shadows, right? And who's the king, right? I don't think there is a king. Because that's where Yorda got it from. The strong, independent lady don't need no man. So if you don't recognize this, or you weren't here, this is where we started the game. This is the very first room. We were in one of those pods up there. In fact, yeah, there's ours that like fell down and opened up so that we fell out, which is the only reason we're still alive. The Queen has activated all of these pods. So now there's like a million shadows. Good news is, Queen's Sword, I can kill them in one hit. They're hard to hit, but... and it's fine if we don't hit them. It's no big deal. So this encounter is really, really long. But we can speed it up by strategically standing in such a way that these shadows are going to keep falling down behind me, because the shadows will only approach when you're not looking at them. I'm going to keep repositioning myself in this corner and giving them an opportunity to fall down behind me, where most of the time the backslash from my sword will kill them. Every now and then I'll run after them like this to get them to like reshuffle their positions, and occasionally I might get one. So essentially every single one of these pods on the wall is spitting out a shadow. And we'll do this for a little bit. Sometimes the shadows can be really friendly, and this will be over fairly quickly. Sometimes they can be kind of a nightmare. Like this guy kind of just being a jerk. Yeah, look at them. They're all just like purposely avoiding me. That was good though. So there's one shadow for everything on the wall. And obviously, you know, since I came in one of these things on the wall too, the implication, right, is that all of the previous horned boys who have been sacrificed and sent here are the shadows. They're who we've been fighting the entire time. And this is what I would have become had I not been extremely lucky and my pod just kind of tipped over. I can see that there's still some that aren't lit up behind me, which means that I know that this shadow encounter isn't over, even though I couldn't see shadows at the time. But yeah, this is the fastest way to do this, rather than, you know, chasing them around the room. Bruh, can you come down here, please? Thank you. We're almost done, though. There are something like, I want to say it's like 63 or something shadows. 67, maybe? I don't quite remember. Are you the last one, buddy? You're gonna be a troll about it, aren't you? Oh no, there's more. Still more. It's a long fight for sure. I'm gonna chase this one because I don't know how many more are left. Where did he go? Yeah, buddy? Mr. Shadow? Where on earth did he go? There he is. Alright, buddy. It's you and me. Get down here in the corner. He will not. This dude. And now he's like stuck on my thing. There. Jeez. Alright. So we have slain all the other shadows. Here's poor Yorda. She's turned to stone up here. The queen, I guess, teleported her back or something. And now the only thing we have left to do in the entire game, this is very exciting. We leave Yorda for a time to go straight up to the throne room. And we're like, oh, we're gonna show this queen the business end of this sword. Oh, but she's not here, actually. Aha, she is here. And she's cool. I love this so much. Just poof, and there's her face. Hi. Alright, so fight starts. I need my sword. My sword makes me impervious to these shockwaves that she's throwing out, but only for as long as I'm holding the sword. I can cut through those shockwaves, actually, like I just did. That's a speedrun strat. Otherwise, we'll stagger a little bit. It's nice when you get it. Super not mandatory. And this sword is always going to fly to the same spots. This one is always a little bit tight. Oof. So it's always going to be front right, back left, front left, left in the wall, and then far back right. And you are expected to do this fight a couple times because you really only have time to go and grab the sword. You don't have time to also look for it, so you're supposed to just memorize her pattern. I know, she's so cool. I wish that we got more time with her. So her shield is gone, and my sword just went careening off into the abyss. I'm gonna play this extra safe. We're gonna wait another cycle because my sword is really far back. in an any percent where you do that really aggressively, you have like a fraction of a second before that hits you. There we go, we'll slice that. And then surprise! That's not time. As if the timer would stop anyway, but... Dog, your squeaking is kind of undermining the seriousness of the moment. So over the course of the game, she's now broken both of my horns. But she is gone. And now all of this with the cutscenes and the credits and everything, we have to watch. Because there's more gameplay afterward. Yorda is feeling different. But hey, at least she's not paralyzed or petrified anymore. She became a goth girl. Poor Eco. Got his horns knocked off. He's had a really bad day, you know? Because yeah, we've kind of sat down on benches, but I think this is basically all just one day for him. So here we go, classic await a moment. We gotta have all of our architecture collapse. That's fair. He could have not fallen out of the pod at all and just become another shadow, so the day could have been worse. Alright, so while all of this is happening, because like I said, we can't skip this, this is going to be the credits and kind of just the resolution of the story. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to see if Mort wants a little snack. I'm going to get myself some breakfast as well. So enjoy the scene while I am gone. Okay, I'm back. So I gave Mort a blueberry cut in half and 3 pieces of watermelon. And we'll see if he wants it. Science facts with Sable time. The reason that Mort probably isn't super interested is because he is brumating. Brumating is the scientific name for reptile hibernation, basically. Because it's wintertime here. So he's not super hungry. But that's okay. He can eat it if he wants to. Also, I was gonna have a protein shake as my food, and turns out it's expired, so I got chips now, and I'm gonna try to not eat them as obnoxiously as possible. You actually want some, Mort? I could try the protein shake, and then we get like halfway through Last Guardian, and I'm like, there's a problem. Right, but it looks like at least Eco is gonna be sub 2 hours. So that's nice. That's a nice little benchmark for a Trifecta. Because obviously when you're running 3 games back to back, you don't expect to do PB level of quality in each of them, so sub 2 is a good target for a Trifecta Eco. Mort has graced us with his illuminated snoot. He's thinking about it. Every time he decides he doesn't want it, he's like, but do I? Have I changed my mind? Yo, this was a good run as well. Just this run on the beach. It's possible to do this poorly. But we golded that by 11 seconds. Yeah, Yorda not dead. So that was Eco. Just for funsies, I'm gonna just save right here at the end, and we're gonna see what our time was, our in-game time. Should be like a 150 something. Yeah, 150, 115. All right. Cool, cool. You love to see it. And now we are going to switch to Shadow the Colossus. Same console. It's already in there. Easy peasy. I'll have to get up again to switch it to Last Guardian, but we've got a couple hours before we need to worry about that. Absolutely. Just like every protagonist in a Team Eco game has to scream. That's just how it goes. I want to do a new game on normal. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Frosty, for changing the game. Appreciate that. So, hey, we're here. Shadow of the Colossus. Where's my horse? Alright, it looks like it remembered the control scheme that I've got set up, so... Because I'm running on classic controls, even though if you purchase this remake, it comes with, like, modern and modern remapped controls that I guess they think are easier for people to pick up. And that's probably true, but I'm used to playing this, you know, back from the original PS2 version, so those controls are still just ingrained in my mind. Yes, now it is time to stab the big boys. And girls. I don't know why I said that like Gru. Boys and girls. For those who have never seen this game before, this is actually the prequel to Eco. This is a remake made by Bluepoint. Excellent remake. Was super not a fan of some of the other stuff that Bluepoint has done, but this is exceptionally good and is a great way to experience this game. There's modern controls and then there's good controls. Yep. There's modern controls and then the actual controls. So yeah, this is the prequel for Eco. We are this guy. He's just known as Wonder. And he has brought his, I don't know, girlfriend, sister, some important lady to him, named Mono, to the Forbidden Lands. Which, you know, they're forbidden. He's not supposed to be here. Because he wanted to consult with Dorman, the, like, entity that lives here, to try to get Dorman to bring Mono back to life. Or, like, cure her of some sickness. It's not clear whether she's actually dead or she's just, like, really sick. We don't know. And Dorman is like, oh yeah, for sure, I'll do that. But in order to do that, I'm gonna need you to go and kill all of the monsters that live in this land. And Wander's like, alright. And here we are. These sigils are their weak spots. Whoopsie. Each Colossus is kind of like a puzzle. Valus here is not supposed to be like a puzzle. He's the tutorial, and I am still failing. I don't know why I fell off the side there. Wonder just decided not to hold on anymore. But whatever. If they didn't want to be killed, they shouldn't have been within stabbing range. Yeah, that's right. So in essence, it's kind of like a puzzle game. And there are no enemies besides these bosses. These bosses are like the whole point. You gotta find them, you gotta figure them out, you gotta do the stab. That first one was called Valus. I think he looks like a beaver. Some people think he looks like a yak. Or like a goat. But each Colossus has their own name. And there are 16 of them. And every time we kill one, we're going to be skipping these cutscenes, but every time we kill one, we go back to this. This is called the Shrine of Worship, which is where we find Dorman. Moxie! Can you stop with the squeaking for a little bit? This is where we find Dorman. He's in a hole in the ceiling. His voice is talking to us. And I say he, but Dorman has, like, male and female voices, like, layered over each other. He's just, like, some... They are just some, like... enigma, right? So we end up back at the Shrine of Worship. I would like to think that Aggro just painstakingly... Aggro's our horse. Aggro painstakingly drags us back there every time. And then we wake up and Dorman's like, hey, you did it. And the corresponding statue of the Colossus that we just killed explodes. And then Dorman's like, okay, here's a hint for the next one. About like where to find it or what it does. And I have my sword here, which I can like... I can lift it up and it focuses the light, and wherever the light focuses you can see that's where the Colossus is. Obviously we know where it is, which is why we're heading there. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get this trick to work, because it skips some of the mechanics of this boss fight. I usually run boss rush when I run Shadow, since I'm not a Shadow main runner. We'll see if this works. It will be comical if not. Is it that one or this one? Oh, I'm gonna say it's that one. I've changed my mind. It's this one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we've triggered the boss from up here instead of being down on the ground, and now hopefully, yep, he's right underneath me and I could just jump down onto him. What you're supposed to do is like go down to where the door is, and then he's got like weak spots on his feet, and you shoot his feet with your bow, and he'll kind of kneel down real quick because his little footsies hurt, and then you can climb him that way. But we didn't do that. Of course, he's going to shake me all over the place. The bottom right is my stamina bar. You can see it going down gradually. If I completely lose stamina, I will no longer be able to hold on. And that's bad, so let's not do that. I'm growing marginally concerned about my stamina situation, but... No, no, no. No wonder. Wonder. Okay. Magnet hands. Wonder, please climb up onto his face. Thank you. Alright, so that sigil's gone. Not every Colossus has just one. This guy has two. Oh dear. These magnet hands are saving me. Coming in clutch. So I have a grab button, which for me right now is R1. Whenever I'm holding R1, that's what's causing Wonder to try to grab the things around him. Yep, health is the red bar, stamina is the circle. We will not be eating fruits or lizards. We won't be eating lizards for obvious reasons. That would make Mort very upset. But if you eat the tails of the white-tailed lizards, they will increase your stamina, and if you find fruit on fruit trees, those will increase your health. We automatically get more stamina and health a little bit just from beating the Colossi, and that's going to be enough for us. Alright, we're back on the floor. We end up surrounded with progressively more shadow people. Those are like the spirits of the Colossi that we've defeated. Which by the end, you know, we've got 15 spirits standing around us, like awkwardly waiting for us to wake up. Alright, next one's a little bit of a jog. Aggro will get us there. This one's a nice relaxed run, punctuated by, you know, moments of action, because we get all this time with aggro. But you'll see, it'll come more into play later. Also, there's poor Quad. He's down there all covered in dirt now. You'll see throughout the run that I have to manage my stabs very carefully. I'll explain that a little bit more as we get there. Sometimes doing a fully charged stab is worse than doing a lesser stab. And I'll be using my bow in this battle. Technically, I was supposed to use it for the first time in the previous battle, but we skipped that element. If you want a different color aggro, you can unlock brown aggro and white aggro. Plus, I think there's a spotted one as well. I might already have them unlocked. Actually, I'm gonna look. Hold on. How do I do that? It's this. Hey! Let's have different aggro for a little while. Yeah! Wow, we went like 2 feet. Good job. Good job, aggro. So next Colossus is called Gaius. He is, I would say, significantly more challenging than the previous two. We're gonna try to manipulate his AI a little bit. If it doesn't work, it's fine, you know. We'll play it by ear. But what you're supposed to do is climb up his arm, but the problem is he's got like an armband that's in your way. So you need him to slam his giant sword into the one like big plate of metal that's in the arena, and it'll break his arm. Well, I mean, it'll break his you know, band on his arm. Oh, okay, guess we're gonna climb that again. Alright, sure. Wonder just decided that whatever direction he was thinking of, that was where we needed to go. That was wild. But yeah, in an ideal world, we're gonna skip the whole, like, breaking the bracelet thing. And we're gonna just get up onto him without doing that. But we'll see. So far, the only troll here has been Wander, so maybe Gaius will cooperate. Alright, we're on the bridge. You saw nothing, right? Is this character the same one as the game before? It's not the same one, but they are related. Can you... Wander! Wander, what is happening? What? It's just a jump, dude! How am I supposed to get to this arena if you won't jump? Never in my life have I missed this jump even once, let alone twice. They're the same in that they're short dudes with sticks. You can see that when I'm underwater, my stamina bar changes to like an oxygen meter. So if I run out of air, I'll be forced to come back up. It's... I guess it's the marathon curse, but... What? Like, I'm terrified of this jump now. What? I mean, yeah, you gotta jump a little bit to the side, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. All right, let's like change the camera. Wonder, just oh, okay. That's not where he was supposed to grab, but whatever. He made it. I don't care. Okay, we're up here. He was gonna miss again. And now what is he doing? I'm cursed! Alright. Alright. Here we go. You ready, Gaius? You ready to do the thing? You don't look like you're ready to do the thing. Bro, are you gonna... Okay, here we go. Here's hoping we can do this without breaking the bracelet. If we can't, no big deal. It's just kind of cool. I wonder, why are you the way that you are? Nice. Alright, so now we are on top of the bracelet that we were supposed to break. Which, that's exactly what we wanted to have happen. So, assuming that Wonder doesn't pull any more shenanigans, we should just be able to finish this boss like normal. But, I mean, this is Wonder we're talking about, so let's temper our expectations here. Really? Did that not get his sigil? Wonder, can we just do like a little baby stab? A little half stabby? Thank you. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Alright, 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 alright. Now we just drop down here. And right now we have what's called a plant. Sometimes you can land on a sigil or position yourself in such a way that no matter how much the Colossus shakes, he can't stop you from stabbing him. Plants are very useful. Not every Colossus has them. Sometimes they're really hard to get. But Gaius is down. Turns out the boss there was the environment. It's good to have Gaius out of the way. Gaius is one of my pain points. And he actually went really well. It was just a dang jump. So Dorman's gonna keep giving us hints about, you know, where the Colossi are and stuff, and meh. I don't need them. Yeah, screen's slightly cut off. It has to do with, the... Is this correct? Should be. It has to do with the in-game, like, resolution. And I don't... I don't want to mess with it. I'm a little scared. Because sometimes that ends up being a problem for people with time attacks, actually. The timer gets cut off a little bit on accident. Oh, I ran over a lizard. It's okay, he'll get back up. Next up we have Phaedra. Everybody's favorite horsey gal. I'm gonna try leg skip on Phaedra, and if it doesn't work, then we're just gonna do this the intended way, because the intended way is also fun. One of the big difficulties with any percent, which is the reason that I run boss rush, is because if you make a mistake in any percent, or like a trick doesn't work or something, the only way to try again a lot of the time is to die. But in boss rush, you can just hit retry, because it's just time attack. Which is why we're going to be a little bit more likely to go for intended strats, because we can't just grind out getting a difficult strat with the retry button, you know. Okay, Phaedra. Take a steppy. Wonder. Ah, dang. We were doing good. That was actually what was supposed to happen. I wonder if I can just, hey, I can. Let's keep trying for a little bit here. Yo, we actually did it! Second try, but we did it. It's pretty, it's more challenging to get that if you don't get it the first try, but it's nice to see that we did that. So the way you're supposed to do this is there's a bunch of graves over behind us that each have like a little door, but they're all connected underground. So Phaedra watches you go into one, and then she'll like look down to try to see you inside of it, and you use the underground connected tunnels to trick her and come out of a different one and sneak up behind her. Or, you know, we just climb on her leg like we did. You can see in the bottom, I got this little white circle that expands within my stamina bar. That's showing how much my stab is charged. And if it goes all the way out and flashes, that's a full charge. That will matter soon. Because a full charge stab is like a 1 stab, and then like a 0.9 would be, you know, just inside before it fully takes up the whole circle. And so you'll hear people say like a 0.9 stab, a half stab, and that's what we mean. But right now, just doing full stabs is the best way to go about things. Hello again. It me. The markings on aggro, by the way, are supposed to be, like for this specific skin, are supposed to be the stylized I from Eco. The letter I. But like just very, very chill-like, so that you kind of can't tell. The next up is Avion. That name probably gives you some indication of what he's going to be like. Number 1 rule of Avion is just don't get wet. Don't end up in the water. Aggro, you got a little spooked, huh? Alright, here we go. Aw, I just did a face plant. Sometimes you can be real cool and do like a triple backflip there, flying off aggro. I just face planted into the mud. Alright, Avion. You ready to meet your worst nightmare? And then I like don't actually let their cutscenes play or anything. There he is. He's hanging out over there, big bird guy. Now we're gonna see how things play out. I'm not planning on doing any wing drops or any, you know, uber fancy techniques, but if he gives me the opportunity, I might not say no. Alright, where are you going, Avion? Left turn. Right turn. Not a big fan of that, but alright, we'll make it work. Nah, there's no way with this camera. And because he's turning, nah. So you can, during that animation, if you're careful, drop from his wing back to his body. But most often that just results in you ending up in the water and having to summon him again, so... Avian, I'm gonna need you to chill, because I need you to really stop flapping. I'm running out of stamina. Thank you. I'm just gonna go for it. That was a risk, but it paid off. That time I was thinking about doing wing drop, it didn't really present a good opportunity. I was working my way up to it though. Am I on the tip of his wing? Oh, that is not where I want to be. Let me go, let me go! And he's right up against the wall, so he's going to be turning. We might end up falling off anyway. We have to go. Alright, alright. We good. His sigil on his tail isn't as small as it looks, so we can actually stand even as far as like back here and still hit it. The hitbox extends further than it appears. Nice. It's possible audio balance changed between Eco and Shadow. I've bumped it up just a little bit. Let me know if that's better. Thanks for the donation! Supporting Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Because yeah, we did switch games here. So we might need to make some minor adjustments. Alright, bird friend. Better. Good, good. Bird friend is gone. Next we're heading off to Barba, who I refer to as Dad Bod Buffalo. I love Barba. He's great. Hopefully we can pull off his strat. It's gonna be a launch directly to his head, if we can do it correctly. If we can't, honestly, I might just get stepped on. Because that'll let us try again. Okay, while we're running, I'm gonna eat some chips. I will try to do it quietly. I make no promises. I was really looking forward to that protein shake, too. But alas, it expired in November. This is one of my favorite places in the game. They did such a good job in this remaster. Or remake, I guess. It's so pretty. There's also an Easter egg here for The Last Guardian, which is the game we're going to be playing next. And if I happen to spot where it is, I will take us there, but it's always a little bit hard to remember. And it's really easy to get lost in that little stretch of woods, so... So over there, that little temple thing in the desert is going to be where we're going to fight Phalanx. He's quite a bit in the future. For now, this building carved into the wall is where Barba is. Now, the way you're supposed to approach Barba, he's got a big beard, right? And so you're supposed to lure him like all through this arena, and he's like breaking barriers and knocking stuff down. But finally you can find a place to hide. And he notices that you go in there, so he reaches down, you know, he leans down to look for you. And in so doing, his beard hangs down, and you climb his beard and get on top of his head, and that's how that works. For us, because Barba is one of my favorite Colossi, one of the only ones that I've consistently tried to be pretty competitive on the individual level for, we're going to try to just launch directly from his hand to his head using his bracelet and a little bit of how the game perceives physics. And we'll see if he lets us do that. We might die a couple times just to have some retries at it. Yeah, I mean, already his reaction was delayed, so let's get stepped on. There we go. All right. He's kind of being a troll about it. But I'd really like to show it off, so let's keep trying and see if we can get him to do this. Hey, buddy. Steppies. Big steppies. Oh, he's just being a real goob, isn't he? That's alright. Smoosh me! Really? That didn't kill me? I just got absolutely obliterated by like a 30-foot tall bull guy. It's just a really cool trick. I want you to see it. Smaunch. Okay. So yeah, obviously accessing the retry menu is a little bit more annoying in any percent. Alright, let's do this. Yo, we did it! I just think that's pretty neat, so I wanted to show it off. We just had to get his steppies to be correct at the beginning. Because there's only one way that he lowers his hand enough for you to get in his hand like that. So... it's just that Marge Simpson meme, you know? I just think it's pretty neat. I'm gonna try to just keep him stun locked here. There we go. Cool, cool. Farewell, Barba. Alright. Oh, we were kind of still spawning in there for a second. So next up is Hydrus. Another one that should give you some indication of what we're going to be doing. Hydrus is a cutie. Off we go. Hydrus is one that a lot of people often have a really hard time finding because he's like diagonal from here, you know, like over here, which happens to overlap in this direction with how we got to Gaius. So most people will go to Gaius and then get really confused about where they're supposed to go. But in fact, he's like all the way against the back wall and then off to the left. And that's like the last place that people check. So if you want to fight Colossi again, you can go down to their bodies, like Quad down here, and pray at their bodies, or you can pray in front of their statues, their destroyed statues, in the Shrine of Worship. And that triggers time attack mode, which there are rewards for completing, like I think every 2 time attacks you complete, doesn't matter which ones. Within the allotted time, you get a reward. You can get, like, exploding arrows, cloak of invisibility, a sword that kills Colossi in 1 hit. There's a lot. And you get different rewards for normal mode versus hard mode. So there's actually a lot of stuff to get. Beautiful bridge. Super iconic. Also, because it's Fumito Ueda, it's gonna explode, don't worry. It's pretty architecture, why wouldn't it fall down? Almost there. He's just around the corner. You can get up to this bridge, by the way, and in fact, I believe there's a trophy for doing so. And if you run all the way to the end, which, like, that is how you got into the Forbidden Land, you'll see that there's just a tunnel of air, like a gust of wind that's just constantly pushing you back, and no matter what you do, you can't leave. So, Wonder's decision to come here was maybe, dubious at best. All in service of the waifu, right? Every Fumito Ueda game is about the waifu. Trico is our waifu, alright? That's how that works. Come on, aggro. In the end, it appears that Mort did not really want his blueberry. But that's alright. Maybe he'll change his mind later. This does kind of look like where Radon lives, doesn't it? Alright. Hydrus, lake, yeah, makes sense, right? Here we go. Whee! Notice me, Snicky. Hi, buddy. Hey, notice me. Notice me. Hello! Oh, he did right away. That's actually very nice. He can swim around for a long time before he actually starts the fight. Ouch. That's alright, we didn't need that health. I hope. Alright. So if you're playing this casually, you're probably going to run up to each one of these spines. And you're going to stab them, right? To try to get them to stop electrocuting you like that. But as soon as you do that, and yes, we are going to get hit again. As soon as you do that, you start a timer. Before Hydrus will go, you know, back down into the water. We don't want to start that timer. So we run past those first two and only stab this top one because it's going to interfere with us stabbing his sigil. And so now the timer is more favorable and we should have enough time to one cycle Hydrus before he goes back under the water. Because eventually he will... Stab, please. Just go back under the water and you have to like get his attention and do all this stuff again. Cool. So he didn't really put up much of a fight. One cycling Hydrus is fairly easy on normal. It's very, very difficult on hard. But it's not usually because he gets away, it's because you die on hard if you don't do it right. So every time we kill a Colossus, we have to wait for what I call the death spaghetti to come and get us. There it is. And that's like the soul of the Colossus. Or whatever. I'm assuming that's what's teleporting us back to the Shrine of Worship. We're getting our fan club growing here. My next foe is a tail trapped within a pail deep within the forest. A shadow that crawls on the walls, is what Dorman says. His name is Kuromori. Kuro is a good boy that we're also going to hopefully one cycle. Kuro is a tiny boy compared to some of the other Colossi. He's one of the smaller ones. I like Kuro for what I'm sure will be obvious reasons. And I really like Zenobia, which we'll encounter later. Cilicia I've never really been a super big fan of. Just kind of is what it is, you know? But Zenobia, for a long time, was my favorite Colossus, even above Phalanx. And then I stayed home from school one day, because I was sick. And I was playing Shadow of the Colossus and just doing Zenobia over and over again. And then I ended up, like, really sick, eating a bunch of Cocoa Pebbles. And that kind of soured the Zenobia experience in my subconscious brain ever since. All these lizards! There's so many! Look at these areas! They're beautiful! This game is gorgeous. So here's where Kuro lives. This lush oasis. Alright, fastest way to get to him. I'm not gonna quite do it like the top speed runners do. They get aggro to like run. I'm just gonna walk, well, trot. Aggro. Come on. Keep going. There we go. Yeah, the Forbidden Lands is just gorgeous. I mean, I guess it's forbidden for a reason, but it is gorgeous. I love Phalanx. Phalanx, like, consistently wins Best Colossus polls, no matter who you ask, or, like, when the survey was. Phalanx, like, always wins. Phalanx is awesome. And, we're almost at Dirge, actually. We'll be there a couple Colossi from now. Alright, Kuro. I'm here for you, buddy. So Kuro's deal is that he clings to the wall. But if we shoot him in the feet, we're going to be able to knock him off of the wall. I need to get his attention real quick, so I'm going to whistle. We're going to shoot him off of the wall, and he's going to fall to the ground, which is going to reveal his weak spots because he lands on his back. The further he falls, the longer he stays down. Which is why we called him from up where we were instead of like down where we are now, because that'll give us enough time. Stop. Stop! Just get it, Wonder. Sakuro's a big lizard. Of course I love him. And he should start to get up right towards the end here. No, we didn't even give him a chance. Sorry, buddy. Got very stressed out for unknown reasons while I was fighting this boy. If you don't know exactly how to just do what I did and knock him down and just keep him down long enough to finish him off, he becomes a very stressful fight because he could shoot like lasers. And not only do the lasers really hurt, but they create like a fog that just saps your health for as long as you're standing in it. And it does a ton of damage. So it's actually a pretty decently difficult fight if you don't just do what I just did, right? And it's hard enough that if for some reason you fail to do what I did during a speedrun, it's easier to just die and start over than it is to try to keep fighting him. Hey, thanks for the raid! Welcome, everybody! Welcome to the middle of our Trifecta. We have already completed Eco. We're working our way through Shadow of the Colossus, and we'll be doing Last Guardian next. Those are the 3 games made by Team Eco. We did them in release order, because that happens to be the order in which I am best at them. Backwards. I'm least good at Eco. Alright, on to Mr. Bassaran. He's over in that big smoky spot. Now his timing is going to be a little wonky. I can almost guarantee that we're not going to be able to do rib strat, which is fine. We're just going to do him as intended. That's the plan going in here. There's a lot of cool ways that you can fight Bassaran. He's very annoying on PS5 specifically. The higher frame rate makes his behavior a little bit different. And once we get on him, you'll see, probably, can almost guarantee it, that he's going to be all jittery. And that comes from playing on the PS5 instead of the PS4. It makes it harder to stab him. If you do want to learn any of the humongous number of Shadow of the Colossus speedruns that we have, it's best, at least when you're starting, to just pick a console. Because if you keep switching between like PS4 and PS5 or PS2 and PS5, the timings for tricks are different, so based on frame rate and like game performance and stuff, so it's easiest just to focus on one console until you get the swing of things. The humongous number of categories we have. Why am I behind a tree? Hey Hey, Bassa boy. Hey, buddy. Okay, let's go. Yeah, no, he's not gonna let me do this. That's fine. Uh-oh. Sorry, aggro. Hey. Alright, need him to be angry at me. Yeah, this is the intended way to fight him if you can't pull off leg jump or rib strat, which is, again, fine, you know. It happens. Bassaran is one of the ones that it's very difficult to restart in any percent. Bassaran, get over here, honey. Come on, dude. Come here. Take like 2 steps. Sorry, aggro. There you go. Alright. Stop, 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 stop. Yeah, he's gonna get real stompy. I know about it. Alright, so the geyser is spraying into his tummy, which is exactly what we want to see. The geyser was also stopping me from shooting him, because that's gonna let us shoot his legs and it's gonna topple him over. Now, here's the scary part, because the way that this is programmed, it's one of my only complaints about this game. The way that this is programmed, it's very, very difficult to just get on him from here. Because most of the time, Wander will not do what you ask him to do, so it's entirely possible we're gonna get stuck. But, you know what? We'll see. See, we fall down, and that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted Wander to just teleport to that thing that he could hold. Alright. So we're up on Bassa Boy. This is wonderful. Wander, please don't fall off. And here we go. He only has 1 spot, which is great, except that he makes it very, very hard to stab him there. Because as I said, on PS5, he's very jittery. He is, however, out of the cave, so that might help. He's gonna keep throwing his head like that and being very annoying. But we've actually got essentially a plant. We keep returning to the same spot, which this is super, super ideal. Uh-oh, we might have lost it. Oh, there it is. Now he's shaking, which I want him to throw his head if we have a plant. But usually what you have to do is every time that he moves his head, you have to get off of his head and go back down his neck to reset his AI. But no, that was actually fantastic. Bassaran, our boy, is done for. That was surprisingly easy, yeah. So next one up is Dirge. We've had some love for Dirge in chat already. Dirge is a lot of fun. Hi, Squeaky. I've been streaming for essentially 3 hours, and this dog has not put down that squeaky ball. Sadly, I am not gonna have enough stamina to visit the secret garden. That requires either multiple playthroughs to keep getting your stamina up, or you have to find a bunch of silver-tailed lizards. Secret garden is at the top of this giant shrine of worship. And you can only reach it when you have, I believe you have to have completely maxed stamina, which takes multiple playthroughs. Or, like I said, getting a bunch of lizards. Reaching the secret garden is also how you get on top of that bridge. Just do it. Okay, hang on real quick while I collect the 70 or whatever lizards around this map. Hey, I have the world record in multiple categories of lizard percent, so don't think I won't. I think I can't exactly remember. I believe that I'm tied world record with Jade for lizard percent one lizard at, I want to say like 11 seconds. It's just such a meme. I love meme runs and like category extensions. As is the tradition in our community, we shoot an arrow at Bassaran as we come by, because he's kind of a jerk. Really, really lizardathon! And it just has nothing but games that have lizards in them. I'm down for that. I would play that. You could put Spyro in there, maybe. Depends on how generous you're being. Oh, Gex for sure. Yep. Every Gex game. Where's my little turtle? Turtle! Oh, where is he? I don't see my friend. I like him. There's usually a turtle hanging out around there. Excuse me, a tortoise. They are different. And if you come close to him, he goes into a shell. We have a category for those who don't actually want to fight any bosses at all. We have a category to touch every kind of animal that you can find in the Forbidden Land. Called Animals of the Land. And I believe it takes about 10 minutes. I was gonna say ukulele, but I couldn't remember if it was ukulele or, well, I can't even remember the other game that I thought it was. Because I've never played ukulele. Now, do you think that you could have Mario as long as it had Yoshi? Is Yoshi a lizard? I mean, he's kind of like a dinosaur. Also, here's Dirgy Dirge. Dirge is going to be the first Colossus that we need to pay attention to our stabs. But first things first, we need to get him out of the sand. Uh-oh. I don't like how this is going. Ooh. Hi, Dirge. He's got some big old eyeballs. And I gotta shoot an arrow into his eyeballs. And that will cause him to run into the wall. Now, we want, as far as stabs, we want one 0.9, 0.5. Obviously that's difficult to do completely accurately. 1, 0.9, 0.5. Alright, that seems good. If we do more than that, we want to do slightly more than half of his health, but if we do 2 full stabs, he will leave. Like if we destroy that sigil by doing the 2 full stabs, he'll just leave and then you have to shoot him in the eyes again. Compared to this, where we essentially trick the game into not triggering his second phase and we can take his entire health bar. As long as we do 1, 0.9, 0.5. The farewell, Dirge. I'm sorry you didn't take very long, buddy. Alright, we are making good progress here. Next up, Solosia, another tiny colossus. Getting a plant is going to be basically non-negotiable on Solosia, or we will not be able to stab her. I'm also going to take kind of a risky way down to her arena. If it doesn't work, well, I'll just laugh about it. These lights in the sky, by the way, are where all of the bodies of the colossi that we fought are resting. So you'll see more of these appear as we fight more colossi. You heard the crunch. I'm trying so hard. These are like the crunchiest tortilla chips. They're like the extra thick kind, you know? Because of course, those are the only things that I have during a marathon. Can't have, you know, beef jerky or the shake that I was gonna eat. So Solosia, obviously you can see, is over here. Hydrus was over around that corner. But we're just gonna kind of look like we're going nowhere until suddenly we're just there. This is such a cool design for this bridge. It's just so iconic. Love it. You know, if you think about it, like, poor aggro either way, because aggro is either dragging me back to the temple herself, or she's just like, well, I guess I'm heading back, you know? Wonder. I'm gonna need you to chill here. Oof, cool. We made it. We ended up in this arena the tricky way instead of having to walk back and forth down a very long path. So it looked like we were just kind of nowhere until we were here. The Solosia is tiny but very scary because she's very good at timing her attacks just so that if she hits you once, she's probably just going to keep hitting you until you're dead. Because you get up at right about the same time that she attacks again. So she knocked a little torch thingy here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wander. Wander, please. Thank you. She knocked a little torch thing out of the fire. That was... Oh, she did actually hit me, but she knocked me back in the corner, so it doesn't matter. Yikes. We're gonna light this little torch thing on fire, and then it turns out that she's actually scared of fire. She's also stuck. There we go. I hope my torch doesn't go out. There we go. There's a technically faster way to do that, where you stand and let her charge at you, and then drop and pick up the torch in such a way that you and her both go out of this gap at the same time. But usually what happens to me is that she just hits me, and then I go flying and she doesn't, so we're not gonna do it that way. Alright, we need to keep gripping until we have a plant. We cannot oh no. Oh, it's bad. Get me on your back. Get me on your back. Let me on your back. Oh, please. Okay, we're here again. Because until we have a plant, we are not going to be able to stab her. Okay, well that one was lucky, just to, you know, to prove me wrong. There we go. Oh, and then it didn't give it to me right at the last moment. I'm just trying to get her to chill for a second. If you do not start this fight on a plant, I tell you what, there we go. Jeez. Well, we did it. We did it. It was a little bit messier than it could have been, but we did it. Aw, Chessie, thank you for the donation. Open Medicine Foundation. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good today. Here, you want some more tortilla chip ASMR? Sorry, I'm just like really hungry. Alright, next up, Pelagia, who is probably going to be a troll. Pelagia is hard. If you've ever played Shadow, this is the one with the teeth on its head, since everybody seems to remember that. So the challenge with Pelagia is, well, there's more than one challenge. One cycling it is difficult because you're going to be killing it while it's moving and while it's almost submerging itself back under the water. And then additionally, sometimes Pelagia can just kind of glitch out and it won't like trigger the cutscene that it's supposed to trigger. And then you do like an extra half of a phase, which is a big time commitment, and then it decides it wants to do it, and it just like drags it out even further. Sometimes it can just completely ignore you and not do what it's supposed to do, it just walks away. So there's a lot of things it can do to make your life a living nightmare. But it's not necessarily hard in the way that like Argus coming up is hard. Argus will make or break this run, basically. He always does. But we will, again, literally, cross that bridge when we get to it. So... in the meantime, we do have some pretty fun colossi before him. Also, it's a real shame, this entire forest behind us, you don't have to explore any of it in order to get to Pelagia, but it's one of the prettiest locations in the game. The only reason you would ever explore it is to get all of the... I think we've all settled on calling them enlightenments, which are little collectibles that were added just for this remake. And to be fair, they do unlock something pretty cool. They're just a real pain to find. Hi, lizard. I will do no harm to you because you're my little friend. Kill it! Never! Not my little buddy! Riding a horse with his sword out feels like running with scissors. If there's one thing we can say about the Team Eco protagonists, it's that they're not necessarily the brightest. So what makes me really happy, actually, is when I did the world record, like the actual world record run for one lizard, I did succeed in shooting only its tail and not the whole lizard. So the lizard got away and I just got its tail. And that made me feel very nice. I didn't want a world record built on the blood of my scaly friends. Hi, Pelagia. You gonna be nice to us today? Hey, buddy. Hey. Come here. I want to try to just grab your face. Eesh. Okay. Just trying to get the magnet hands to zip me onto his face. Oh yeah, he shoots lightning. There's that as well. That's like the least of our concerns, actually. Alright, I'm gonna hop out to his ribs. We're gonna run along his ribs as a faster way to get up on top of him. So, he's got these toofs, right? And if I hit him in the toofs, that's the direction he'll go. Easy peasy. You would think. He makes it often very difficult to actually... Oh boy. Oh boy. Wonder, get up here before he shoots your brain. Okay. Hey, buddy. You gonna be cool about this? The stabs we need are 1.911. That is really hard to do. And it is highly likely that he will get away, and that is okay. 1. Stab, please. That was a full one. Yep. Alright. So we miscalculated the 0.9 and got a full one, which obviously the difference is like a millimeter. What would have happened if we would have gotten the 0.9 is for some reason his animation would have been different. He would have reared up again like, oh, ouchie, you got me right in the chest. And that would have given us enough time to do one more stab. But that's alright. Because now, he did actually do his little cutscene thing, which is really important. He didn't glitch out. So we just get him to another one, we get him to rear up, and then... I mean, no biggie, right? Cool, cool. It's looking like... he wants to go for this one, it looks like. Can we please? Wonder. Wander, just swing. He is doing everything possible except for swinging. Nope. Nope. There we go. Alright, we're up here. Gotta get him to pay attention to us again. Gotta make him angry. Hey, buddy. Oh, he's doing it. He's being such a good guy. So cooperative. And there you go. We just needed that one stab. So we are almost there. Also, Mort hasn't moved in, 3.5 hours. Although I just said something and he opened his eyes. But we're almost there. We've got 4 more colossi. We're making good time. Living the dream. Hey, Mort, did you notice that I called you? So here we get a little cutscene. Of course, we're going to skip it because this is a speed run. Where some of the people from Wonder's tribe figured out that he left because he took the sword that I'm using to kill these colossi is like a fancy ceremonial sword that they had in their tribe. And they're like, yo, wait a second. The sword's gone. Also, this guy's gone. Also, his dead girlfriend's gone. What's happening? And they have pursued me. And they're getting really close to the Forbidden Lands. So we're still trying to do our thing. And they're trying to come here and be like, you really need to stop doing what you're doing. This is bad. Yeah, that might be the extent to which Mort emerges for today. But, hi, Mort. It's wintertime, huh? Everybody wants to hibernate during winter. So yeah, I mean, these are the Forbidden Lands for a reason, right? And the village elder and everybody who's coming after Wander is like, we gotta stop him from helping Dorman, doing what Dorman says, because we sealed Dorman in the Forbidden Lands and he's not somebody you want to help, right? It's basically making a deal with the devil, you know? What is Mort? Mort is a lizard. He is a blue-tongued skink. They come from Australia. Specifically, he is a northern blue-tongued skink, which means he is a heckin' chonker and has a beautiful blue tongue all the way across his tongue. Some other kinds of blue tongues only have a blue tip on their tongue, but he committed. I believe he is 29 inches long, so more than 2 feet. In freedom units, of course. I don't know what that is for all the other wrong people. So here we are at Phalanx. I mentioned that this is Phalanx's arena earlier. Phalanx is the only Colossus that has no means of attacking you. Complete pacifist, will not hurt you if you don't hurt it. Yeah, it makes us horrible people. So where's Phalanx? He's up here. Hi, buddy. Sadly, we gotta shoot these little, pouches. They're what help him to fly. I guess think of them like swim bladders. For fish, right? And now that he doesn't have them, he's gonna be forced to come down close to the ground. Now, Phalanx works on a similar principle. We're going to need to be careful on stabs, because if you completely destroy a sigil, it'll cause him to do like a little spinny, twisty thing where he'll do like a twirl, and for a little while you won't be able to stab him. But only if you fully kill the sigil. If you only mostly kill the sigil, he won't do that. And that will enable you to one-cycle him, so we're gonna do... That was like a 0.8. We're gonna live with it and see if that's enough. That was a stab a little bit less than what we wanted, but we might be able to recover it. You can see here he just roared. He didn't do his... That was a 0.9. He didn't do his little flippy. That's gonna be real close. And eventually he will close these flaps, so we do need to hurry. Ooh, yeah. We did it. That was close, but we did it. It would have really kind of messed the fight up if we had not succeeded. Because I did do 2 full stabs on the final one just to try to make up that 0.8. But we ended up one-cycling him, and that's all we wanted. 73 centimeters is what that turns out to be for the correct part of the world. I'm sorry, Phalanx, I love you. You're so cool. Alright, off we go. 3 left. We're almost there. Next one up is Cenobia, another tiny one. Kind of looks very similar to Celosia. I personally think he's a lion. I guess he's supposed to be like a bull or something. I don't know. He's very obviously a lion to me. So that's what I'll say he is. We're gonna, ideally, skip essentially all of his puzzle. This is the one where there's like all those pillars, and you have to keep climbing on top of the pillars, and he'll keep running into them and knocking them down, and that like makes pathways for you to get on other pillars. It's a big platforming puzzle, right? But hopefully we're gonna skip essentially all of that and just zip right to the end of the puzzle. But first we gotta get to him, which is gonna take us past Bassaran again. That's why I took my bow out. Whoa, Aggro, what you doing, honey? Going for a little, diversion. I think, if I remember correctly, Cenobia is the furthest away from the Shrine of Worship, even further than Malice. Even though Malice seems like he's like 60 years away. So we're going to spend a little bit of time to get there, but it is, of course, over beautiful ground, and we'll take the fastest route that we have available. There's actually like 5 or 6 ways, I think, to get to Zenobia. So here's Bassaboy again. Resting peacefully. I'll shoot an arrow past him instead of at him, because he was pretty alright this time. Pretty cooperative. I wouldn't call him a bad boy this time. Dog, Moxie, what are you eating? Because it ain't food. I know that much. I'm sorry. I called her out for picking something up up off the floor and she just went, hmm. Like, oh, you caught me. Yeah, peacefully in quotation marks. This dog is just a vacuum cleaner. Like, we don't need to vacuum our floors, she just does it. Just hoovers up anything she can find. Alright, we are kind of almost there. We're in Cenobia's general territory. Aggro, now's not the time to slow down, hun. We're right there. Alright, we see these pillars, we know we're in a good situation. Alright, sorry Aggro, I'm gonna have to leave you behind. Because apparently you can't swim. That definitely won't matter later. Off we go. Aggro will be waiting, as always. Poor Aggro. She goes through a lot in this adventure that we never acknowledge. I bet if I looked back right now, she wouldn't even be there. She's probably just like, I'll just go back to the temple. See you there. Alright, here we are. We made it. It was a journey, but we made it. So all of this is the arena for Cenobia. We just don't know that yet. Hey, buddy. Bye! We're supposed to be, like, up on all these pillars and all sorts. But we're gonna use a strat called the Kaze Jump. Named after its discoverer. To hopefully get Wonder's magnet hands to zip us up to where we need to- Oh boy! Wow, Cenobia was like, I think you won't though. Hey Cenobia, give me a second. Cenobia! Just let me do this jump, honey. No, 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 no. Nope. Oh, okay, well apparently you could do it on that side too, because I needed to get the heck away from him. That was Kaze Jump. We just kind of zipped up to that pillar. Cool. By doing that, we skipped like way more than half of the Colossus's puzzle. And we're just on this final pillar. Alright, we make Cenobia angry at us again, and then down we go. Whoa, I like teleported. Well, now I'm probably, yep. I'm probably injured and there's a giant lion colossus about to eat my face. Uh-oh. Help! Alright. We're safe. Where you at, hun? Hey, buddy. Boop. Alright, we gotta make him angry so that he'll charge this pillar. Dorman, I don't need a hint. In case you didn't notice, things are going fine. Morty, no! He's leaving! He's decided he's had enough time in the spotlight. Come here, buddy. Fancy. Yo! Did we get a plant? No, we didn't. It only seemed to be a plant. Let me out, let me out. Alright, that's fine. He'll just charge this again right away, so it doesn't matter. Cool, cool! Farewell, Zenobia. And it's funny because Wander looks like he's breakdancing. Wait until you see the boy in The Last Guardian. He is just a noodle. Alright, it's time. This is Argus. I would argue that for speedrunning purposes, Argus is the most difficult Colossus. He's pretty hard just casually anyway, because there's a lot of stuff that you have to do. But yeah, it's the boy, for sure. We are absolutely gonna do our best to do the actual Argus strat, because it's just so much faster. And it's faster to retry it many, many times than it is to do the intended way. But we'll see what Argus deals us, you know? Because this is a physics-based trick. And as we've seen earlier, with Wonder and the jump to Gaius, sometimes we're not all about that. But I mean, we did get the one to Phaedra, we got the one to Barba. So we'll see. And if we have to do Argus the intended way, like, it's still a cool fight. It's no big deal. It's just, it's kind of cool to show off the strat, you know? Yeah, he's monkey. I believe Argus is monkey. Argus is the reason that my my sub badges have Mort with a butter knife. That's the soup knife. And it was all Argus's fault. Oh, I'll be so happy when he's dead. Because you actually have to do 2 strats back to back and both of them have to succeed. But like once they're done, you're basically fine, you know? It's not like Bassaran where you're fighting for every inch most of the time. Oh! Mort kind of reappeared. He just had to do a little twirl. What's the category for this run? So it's called a Trifecta, which is a Team Eco Trifecta. It's all 3 games in the Team Eco series. So we've already done Eco. We're almost done with Shadow. And we'll be starting Last Guardian afterwards. Last Guardian is my main game. It's the game that I can run in my sleep, so we're gonna be finishing strong, I hope. Alright, so here's where Argus lives. It's quite a run to him once we have to get rid of aggro. Because Argus's arena is gargantuan. to suit the gargantuan monkey boy himself. Sorry, aggro. So from these big pillars up here, all the way past the second bridge in the air is Argus's arena. He can stomp a very long distance. All the way down there to the end. Alright, Argus. I don't care if you don't give it to me on the first try, but it'd be nice if you gave it to me eventually, okay? It does reassure me, though, because, like, even really experienced runners think that this is hard. And they don't necessarily do it on the first try. Which makes me feel nice. Okay. Hi, Argus. I have seen this cutscene so many times. Stab, please. Ooh, okay, great way to start. Fantastic. That was trick number 1. We just got into his hand, and we stabbed him. The purpose of— well, let me focus. Let me just shut up for a second and focus. We were so close. That's alright. So we got trick number 1. And I believe I know what happened that caused that not to work. The purpose of getting into his hand, right? So the intended Argus fight is really complex. There's a lot of steps to it. And he's got like a sigil on his elbow that causes him to drop the sword that he has in his right hand. And usually, that's the only way that you can stab the sigil that's in his hand. Oh, I've whiffed. Let me out of your hand, buddy. But, you know, doing it the way that we do, we kind of cheese our way into his hand. And as you can see, it's actually fairly difficult to land in his hand at all, let alone to be in a place where you can stab. So I'm going to do this a couple more times. We're not getting the physics interaction that we need here. I'm going to try it a couple more times, and then probably what we're going to do is we're actually going to, like, cut the fight in half. Which means we're still going to do the hand stab. The leap of shame, right? We're going to do the hand stab because that shaves off like so much of the fight. And then we'll just get up to his head, you know, the intended way. But let's not fully discredit ourselves yet, right? Oh, I actually had it. And then Wonder let go for some reason. Yeah, nah, he's just gonna... he's gonna mess with us this time. But I remember... I think it was a previous really, really long-a-thon. Tic Tac, I think, was racing somebody. I think it was maybe Tic Tac and Stocky racing. And, I don't think either of them could get this. And eventually they were just like, yo, just like, call it. And of course we won't do that, because we still have Last Guardian to go after this. Hand's going pretty good, though. Which is nice. Because sometimes hand can get to be a little bit of a problem. Alright. Nah, alright, we're gonna accept that hand, so I don't have to do it again. Come here, Argus. This isn't gonna take very long if the hand is already done. So what's supposed to happen, right? The physics interaction, we would just get absolutely rocketed from his hips, or like from that thing on his thigh, up to either his chest or his head. It kind of depends on what the physics feels like. Sometimes, if you get very unlucky, it can just shoot you straight up into the air and you're like not close enough to grab him. And they just fall back down. Even more depressing than the fall of shame. But whatever, we're just gonna do this like real quick. Because we don't need to spend all day on Monkey Boy here. Monkey Boy needs to be face down in the ground. Because I would much rather show off tunnelless malice. Hey! Hey! Don't leave. Where does Wonder get his arrows from? The power of friendship is mostly where they come from. Alright, so yeah, we're basically already mostly done here. Just waiting for him to do that was the thing, right? Come on, buddy. Get down here. Let's finish you off. So this is, like, kind of the intended way to do it. Not really, because we still did the hand strat, you know? Which dramatically speeds this up. But it's no fun just, like, watching somebody jump off a cliff and die repeatedly, so... we'll just bridge the gap, you know? Come on, buddy! Get over here! Argus. No. No, you don't. Stop. Don't turn around. Thank you. And we're on his head. That's all we needed. Hey, first try! We did it. Easy. Argus is gone, that's all I care about. Now we're on the final boss. This is Malice. We have been acquiescing to what Dorman has asked us to do, which is to, you know, stab all of these colossi in cold blood, even though they're not hurting anybody. Well, okay, Argus is hurting me in my soul, so he deserved it, but everybody else, they're innocent. And if we would be playing these cutscenes, you would see that Wonder, like maybe you can see his face here is like starting to get weird. You kind of can't see, but he gradually gets like more like black veins and his eyes kind of change color a little bit. He's getting kind of funky, is my point. After having killed all these colossi and absorbed so much death spaghetti. That was a brand new sentence. He's becoming goth. Deep down, Ueda is just... he has a thing for goth, right? So was Yorda. Yorda was becoming goth too. That was like the climax of the story. So we're gonna go to Malice. Malice is by far the biggest Colossus. He is certainly a puzzle, and there's a lot of steps. But assuming I play my cards right, we are going to be skipping a large number of those steps. in what I would like to think is a cool kind of James Bond-esque way. Whoa, well, good job, Aggro, for just pretending those rocks weren't there. Oh, does his hair get darker? That's cool. He definitely gets more pale for sure. There's more than one way to get to Malice. We're obviously going the fastest way because this is a speed run, but I actually prefer to go the other way through the woods. What are the aggro stunts? Let me see if I can... Whoopsie. Okay, not that one. I have to remember how to do them. Keep going, aggro. Maybe you have to just be like hands, and then you can... There we go. Hey! We can stand on aggro. And we can... I thought we could pet aggro. That's just standing again. There's some way to like lean off of the side of aggro. I don't remember. There's a pretty cool aggro stunt coming up. Stay tuned. Ain't that the truth? But can aggro stand on us? Aggro would never. I'm just kidding, she totally would. Alright, so here's Malice. He doesn't feel that far, because, you know, so much of him is not the kind of exploration platforming you would expect, so he seems pretty close. You'll see what I mean. Ka-choo! Aggro, I need you to take, like, one more step. Stop. Thank you. Had to be in the sunlight so that we could do that. Now, technically, if you want to get all the enlightenments, those little collectibles that are new to the remake, you do have to defeat all the Colossi up to Malice, because there are enlightenments in here. And you have to be able to open that door, so... Aggro! Come on. Here's an aggro stunt for you. She's fine, right? She's probably... It wasn't that far. She could definitely swim in the other parts that we've played so far. 710 because of splash size. Oh yeah, if you look carefully, you can see the exact moment where they replace aggro with like a horse doll. There's a guy standing further down the cliff. He like throws it out. So there's no going back now. Who's gonna get me back to the temple? If aggro doesn't drag me. Alright, we got this cutscene. That means that our checkpoint is here now should anything unfortunate happen to us. I'll be fine, right? I definitely am gonna do this on the first try. I'm Alice. Alright, we're gonna do this. Already that timing seems a little sus, we'll see. However, I'm not gonna speak because I need to focus. Yo, alright, we did it. Tunnelless Malice, first try. So the reason that that worked, and that skipped like a huge amount of this puzzle. Like minutes of this puzzle. What you're supposed to do, right, is there's all these tunnels like zigzagging across the battlefield here, like the one that I just walked through. And you're supposed to like barely sneak past Malice and like hide behind these barricades and keep sneaking your way into tunnels until you can get to the one that I got to. But Malice's tracking for his missiles is a little bit kind of weird. And you can trick him like that into shooting at your feet, essentially, which causes him to shoot just far enough down into some of the tunnels that it doesn't catch you in the blast radius. And so he just keeps shooting at you and barely missing, and you just walk right up to him. The timing and execution on that all has to be really precise. But once it starts working, it usually is, you know, pretty consistent. Once you get those first couple fireballs to miss, you have to really kind of misstep in order to get it to hit you again. Okay, so here's where the puzzle boss element comes in. I stabbed him, and he went, "Oh, my spine, my sciatica." And I used that opportunity to grab onto his hand. I am now going to stab his hand, and he's going to say, "Ouchie, why would you do that?" And that makes him hold out his arm like this, which gives me the opportunity to jump over here and stab him in the arm again, but in a different spot. Now that his hand has come over, I can jump onto his other hand. Wonder is gonna not decide what he wants to do with his life. And then once again, stab him in the hand. And he's gonna say, "Ouch, that hurts." And he looks at his hand, which gives me enough time to shoot him in the shoulder. And he says, "Ow, would you stop?" And then I can make it over onto him. From here, he only has the one sigil. And as long as Wonder isn't a cabbage about it, I should have a plant, which is going to let me stab him no matter what he does. And we should be good to go. And there he goes. That was actually a gold for me. That went really well. Malice is really intimidating. Because the first thing, I love it, the first thing you see when the cutscene ends, of you meeting him for the first time, is him just with his hand up, like he's gonna, you know, laser blast you or something. And you're like, "Oh no, this will be fine." Also, hey, I'm dormant now. That's a thing that happened. Let's go ahead and barf. Blue Gatorade everywhere. You get some. You get some. But yeah, so you see Malice, and then he lifts a single finger towards you, and then this, like, rocket of powerful light just blasts towards you and absolutely eliminates you. Just from a single finger. He's so intimidating. I love him a lot. So yeah, we're Dorman, because in the cutscene that I skipped, all of the death spaghetti, which was, you know, the souls of all the other colossi, they've been going into me this whole time, and whoopsie, I accidentally awoke the giant evil being that everybody said that I shouldn't, because this is the Forbidden Land, and he's what was sealed here. So they caught up to me, and now they're just like, nah, forget this. Bye. They took my sword, though. They took my sacred sword. And I'm not doing anything as the runner, because the best way to make sure that they get out of here as fast as possible is just to not bother them. If I start, like, stomping and stuff, they're gonna keep falling over. Alright, so now Dorman's free, and I'm still like a cursed wonder thing. Emon, the village elder, threw the sacred sword into this pool. He's trying to seal Dorman away again. And since I am Dorman, I'm getting sucked into the pool. That's time for Shadow, not for the whole thing. And I've been sealed away. So, once again, they couldn't defeat Dorman, so instead what they did was they just sealed Wonder, who had Dorman in him. They're like, you know, screw it. This is the best we can do. We're just gonna seal him away. So we can't skip these cutscenes. Like, this was technically a PB for me for any percent. But it wasn't a particularly big one, so I'm not sure how much I care about waiting for my time. Do y'all want to watch the final cutscenes? Or do you just want to move on to Last Guardian? Because I won't get to see my time if we don't watch the cutscenes, but I'm fine with that. So it's up to y'all. It'll add a couple minutes to watch these cutscenes. Like 5 or 6 minutes. It is up to you. Final cutscene. Let's see your time. Alright. Because this category is calculated on in-game time, which only shows once you like try to load into the game again. And all of this that's happening has to happen before it saves the time that you spent on Malice, which is why we have to sit and wait for this. I see a lizard snoot. Can you poke it? I'll see what Mort's up to. Because if we're going to watch these cutscenes, then I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. Bluepoint did amazing on this, and the Demon Souls remake as well, to be fair, as you said. Okay, actually, I'm pretty sure that I forgot to submit an any percent along the way. Because this is a vast improvement to my time. Like, by a lot? According to my splits, I'm about 2.5 minutes ahead of my PB. But apparently the in-game time that we're looking to beat is 2 hours and 5 minutes. 2 hours, 32 seconds. Which we were easily going to do. So I must have forgotten to submit any percent along the way. So is this girl actually the queen from Eco? So that's the question, right? Because this game takes place before Eco. You can see, you know, her outfit and everything very similar to what Yorda was wearing. Also, here's Aggro. Yay! She's fine. So, I mean, to be fair, you know, Dorman did keep his promise. Mono is okay. Okay, so while these credits play, I'm gonna stand up, stretch my legs again. And once we see a little bit more of the cutscenes, we'll discuss perhaps how this fits into Eco. I will be right back. Enjoy the lovely music from the end of this game. We had some of this music in our wedding because it's so pretty. I will be right back. I thought maybe the dog food would get Mort chomping. So yeah, like, pretty connected, right? You know, Wander, somehow reborn as a baby who has horns, and that's where all of the horned boys from Eco come from and how they all ended up, you know, inside those sarcophagi, I guess? Containers? I don't know. Now, as for when Last Guardian happens, it's not entirely clear. It is my opinion that it happens much further into the future than these two games. And I'll point out some of the reasons that I think that as we go through, but... How is that, Mort? You having a good time? Is she immortal? See, it's not clear if, like, she's the queen or... You know, what is happening, right? I mean, I suppose it's entirely possible, right? If you make a deal with the devil, there's probably some unintended consequences, so... Maybe she is immortal. You done, Mort? We've still got just probably another minute-ish before we get our time, so I'm gonna go take that away from Mort now that he's cleaned his plate. Because I'm gonna have to switch the game as well. Alright, Bird, leaving. He's the last thing that is keeping us from our time here, so... What did I say? 2:05:32 is apparently the time that I need to beat. We're gonna do that easily. 1:28:33. Yeah, I would say so. So I think my previous PB was actually like 131 something, but still, I mean, 128.33 in game time is what we're aiming for there. But let's just pretend that I went straight from 205 to 128. Let's just pretend that. Thanks, everybody. So I'm gonna go now and swap to Last Guardian. I will be right back. Here we go. We are on our final game. This is very exciting. I'm now just realizing that we're probably gonna have a green Trico, because I think that's the account that we're playing on. Whoops. Oh well. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Let's go! We are into the Last Guardian. Once again, since we've switched games, if you feel that the game is too loud or too quiet, there he is, my green bean. If you feel that the game is too loud or too quiet, let me know, and I will adjust it. So, sure, I would be happy to explain this game. For people who have never encountered this game before, because out of the 3 Team Eco games, this is the one that you're least likely to have encountered. It's just the least popular. This is me. I'm a little boy with tattoos. I didn't have tattoos 5 minutes ago, but then I woke up in this cave, and now I do. So I woke up in this cave, not having any idea where I am, alongside Trico, this gigantic creature that in my culture is described as a man-eater, and he's real scary, but we're gonna be friends with him because we're both trying to get out of this undisclosed place that we are in, and that's basically the entire story. As for why Trico is green, it's because it's an unlockable. These barrels are what he eats. And after you've given him 96 barrels, which is all of the barrels in the game twice across 2 playthroughs, you can unlock the ability to paint him. And on this particular account, I happen to have painted him green. Likely for a previous marathon where there was a bid war for what color he should be. And somebody voted green. So he's supposed to be kind of like a bluish gray kind of deal, but he's not. Yeah, there's actually quite a few little things that you get for feeding him. Because throughout the course of the any %, you only have to give him like 7 or 8 barrels in order to progress. And 4 of them you give to him at once, so... I guess it has to be more than 7, because we give him 4 at one point and 3 right here, so... It's... what? 10? I guess? Oh, I forgot to start my splits. Whatever. It's fine. We'll just start them now and acknowledge that I'm like approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds behind. What other colors can he be? He can be green, purple, blue, technically yellow, but it kind of doesn't look like yellow. Red, black, but again, it doesn't like fully look like black. And then like any combination of those colors that you want him to be. Because it's really hard to paint him. I have a rainbow Trico somewhere. I think it's on PS4 that I have the rainbow Trico. Because as you'll see here in the next like minute or so, we're gonna get like a mirror that we can put on our arm, kind of like a shield, and like shine it around. That's how you paint him. It's not like, oh, you just pick what color Trico is and now he's that color. That would be way too easy. It's literally... Trico is standing here in the world and you're trying to shine a flashlight at him that spray paints him the color of your choice. And he's moving and trying to get you to pet him, and it's a nightmare. It's very hard to paint him well. So if you ever see Last Guardian runners who have like a really, really nicely painted Trico, they probably spent 3 or 4 hours on that. Because it's so hard to paint him. I'm just trying to do this little exploit. We don't have to. Trico's going to be coming in here anyway, but physics, once again, trying to boost me up to that ledge so I don't have to wait for Trico. Alright, so, couple things. First of all, barrels make Trico feel better. That's going to be true throughout the game. Whenever he's feeling sick or he's hurt or whatever, we're going to try to find him barrels so that he feels better. Second of all, take note here, this pool, which looks suspiciously similar to the one we just jumped into in Shadow of the Colossus, right? This sarcophagus, which is made out of 16 pieces. All very, And now I've got this shield thingy. Also, this room is very cold. You'll see the boy here, when he breathes, see he's cold, and you can see his breath. So just this specific room is extremely cold and made out of a material that we don't find anywhere else. Except for one other place, and there's probably a reason for that. But we'll get to that later. People think he's a man-eater, but he's actually a cutie. We'll have to see about that. Hi, Trico. He was sleeping in the sun. So this is the Last Guardian, in case that wasn't clear. This is my main game. I'm primarily a Last Guardian speedrunner. So I would like to think that my showing of this game should be more competent than the other two. Power Watch Sim, but with Trico. So, surprise! He can shoot lightning out of his tail. Anywhere that I shine this thing, he'll do that. Are you going to play this game a lot in upcoming times? I think that's an understatement. This run, this Trifecta, is the first of many times that I will be playing Last Guardian this month. It's Treaksmas, which is the month-long celebration for The Last Guardian, hosted almost exclusively by me. I'm gonna be doing all sorts of Last Guardian related stuff this month, and we do it every year. Next week I'll be doing a Platinum Percent, where we spend 12 hours getting all of the trophies in this game. The trophies suck! So it's always a fun and memey time. Trico! Hi! Would you like to pay attention? Yeah, this game took a lot of time to be made. Originally it was supposed to be made for PS3. And then it took so long they put it out on PS4. So Trico hates the water, is why I need to coax him in with a little schnacko. Here you go, buddy. Alright, we're just giving some time there for... So you're seeing, probably, that I am checkpoint resetting a lot. The reason for this is, as you can see, it teleports Trico, it teleports me sometimes. So sometimes it's a lot faster to trigger a checkpoint and then reset and somehow be further ahead or, you know, be in a different position than it is to just let those things happen naturally. Which is why we do the things that we do. Bless you, Mort. So, horrible people that we are, we're gonna try to leave Trico behind. We're like, hey, thanks for being really useful, bye. And Trico's like, no. We are best friends now. You can see his horns are broken. He's got some bloody spots from where we took out those spears. He was kind of beat up at the beginning of the game. And this thing that he's looking at, this white tower, that's what we were in at the beginning when we got the mirror. The place that was very cold, the place that was made out of this material that we don't see anywhere else. So this white tower is in the center of basically like a cone-shaped valley. So there's no way to get out because there's walls, very steep walls, on all sides. So Trico is like, hey, this white tower, I'm like super into this for some reason. And the boy is like, alright, I mean, I don't know what's going on. And so we're kind of just following Trico's lead here. We're going to try to get closer to the white tower. And that's our goal for the entire game. We're just trying to get to that tower. Presumably because, you know, once we get to the top, maybe we can like get over to the edge and get out of here. Just something to get us out of this very confusing place. So jumps like the one that I just made to these chains are scary. Because unlike Shadow the Colossus, unlike Eco, there is no grab button. So the boy just grabs whenever he's close enough to something to grab it. Which means that sometimes he just kind of doesn't. So it's very easy to like slide past those chains that kind of thing and fall to my death. Cleaning your face, Mort? Yeah. Alright, so Trico is following behind me. I don't want him to be paying attention to me. I'm not going to call him. I'm not going to look back at him. And I'm going to take these corners really tight to try to stay as far ahead of him as possible. Because I want him to jump up to this space that I've just blown into the wall. But if he's too close, he's going to be too close to jump. And he'll need to, like, turn around and do all sorts of annoying things. Like that. He was a smidge too close. We don't want him to have to spend the time to turn around, and then he's going to come up here and turn around again. We wanted to stop him when he was just a hint sooner. So that he would have just had this perfect line of sight and just jumped up to us. But out of the 3 AI companions we have had today, Trico is by far the most sophisticated. So there is a lot of unpredictability in his intelligence. Sometimes he'll follow closely, sometimes he won't. There's only so much we can do, so that's fine. How's it going, Treeks? You are very green, my guy. And I would apologize, except that I love it. Because you are extremely green. Yes, Trico does whatever he feels like. And it impacts so much in a way that I would argue that even like Eco doesn't. In Eco, you have fairly decent control over Yorda. You can drag her with you. You don't need her to, like, usually do puzzles. And if you do, you can do a lot of the puzzle yourself. Mort, where'd you go? Whereas in this game, Trico is critical to solving the majority of the puzzles. And the way that his AI behaves is a big factor for your time, you know? So it takes a special kind of person, I think, to run this game and have fun running it. Because it's very easy to get very angry at Trico. Also, I promise I will find Mort when I have a free moment. I mean, Eco is challenging in a lot of ways that Last Guardian isn't also. Eco is a lot more rigid in the sense that your execution matters throughout. Last Guardian has some flexibility in that. So right now, I can't tell Trico what to do. The best I can do is intentionally move myself around on his head like this, very strategically, to tempt him to look up, because he'll move his head in response to what I'm doing. But eventually we will be able to more accurately control Trico. Now these eyeballs. He hates these. I don't know what it was about the history of Tricos. Moxie, I'm talking. They have been trained to despise those things. So Trico is not going to proceed anytime he sees one of those. He's like, nope, I'm not moving until you get rid of it. And getting rid of it can mean breaking it, you know, shoving it off of a cliff, just putting it somewhere he can't see. Doesn't matter as long as it's not in his line of sight anymore. Hi, Treeks. Come on, buddy. I was gonna ask my mods to change the game category, and I forgot that I wasn't on my own stream. Whoops. Oh well. We'll get to it when we get to it. If I ever play multiple games on my own stream, I never remember to change the category. I'm surprised I even noticed. Is that a python tank? Whoopsie. It's a lizard tank. It is for Mort, my blue-tongued skink, who has abdicated his throne. Trico, stop walking on me! I will find him as soon as I have a break in the action. I think I saw him flop over on the left-hand side. He was scribble-scrabbling. It is a blue-tongued skink. His name is Mort. Short for Artorias. Because that makes sense. Alright, let's see if maybe I can find Mort. Well, there's Santa. I am unsure where Mort has gone. So in the meantime, I suppose, enjoy his nice little Christmas tree with presents. He will probably come back eventually. Oh, I see movement. I see Morty. Hey, buddy. Alright, so we have been entirely consumed by Trico. No worries. Because he barfed us back up, so in the end, did it even happen? It's fine. So technically, he is still a man-eater. It's just, you know, he's a friendly one. What's the meaning behind the tattoos? We actually just got more tattoos. Essentially, every time that we're in Trico's belly, we get tattoos. Because reasons. It's also true that we get more tattoos when these armors that we are now encountering will pick us up or, you know, capture us. So you can tell, essentially, how well a runner did as far as, you know, fights go by how many tattoos their boy has at the end. Yeah, most people don't, like, fully realize how big Mort is until they see him in his entirety. He's quite long. He goes from my knees to my belly button, basically, if he sits on my lap. To be fair, I'm short. I'm less than 5 feet, but... that's still a pretty substantial lizard. Alright, so we're gonna wake these armors up. You step into the light from their eyes, that's when they notice you. And you'll see that blue door back there on the side. That's where they're gonna be trying to take me. Hello, Morty. So anytime we get caught by armors, they're gonna be trying to take me through a door. Going through a door is death, so we definitely don't want that. Oh yeah, here's a helmet. Here's a helmet. Trico. Trico, my dude. So this is called helmet skip. This is the part of the game where we're supposed to learn that when Trico's upset like this, after a fight, we need to pet him to calm him down. However, he really, really hates helmets. He doesn't, I mean, he doesn't like the armors, but especially he doesn't like their helmets. And if we put this helmet in this room, we can tempt him to stay in this room because he'll stay upset about the helmet. And we can just go on without him. It takes time to pet him, even though he's such a good boy. So it's faster to go on without him. And this is the only point in the game where you have to pet him in order to calm him down. So we're just avoiding that by doing this skip. And he will be with us once we hit this next checkpoint. Now, as for checkpoints, there's no way to know when there is a checkpoint. You have to know, like, by memory. So there's no visual cue. It's all just memorization of when you hit the trigger. Yes, it's a puzzle platformer, with hints of combat. Mort is returning to his domain. So this is a scripted event, not the same thing as a cutscene. We'll have these throughout the game. Trico is programmed to accomplish a series of tasks. And because he's, you know, an AI that's actively engaging with his environment, he'll do it differently every time. This time was not particularly good, but that's okay. Sometimes he just does this very quickly. Sometimes he gets kind of confused about like how he's supposed to walk around this pillar or, you know. The Team Eco community was doing a comparison of my world record and Walter's world record in any percent for this game. Of course, he's looking up at White Tower once again. And I actually overtook Walter in the middle of one of these scripted events because my Trico just happened to do it faster. And it was completely out of our control. Alright, that's fine. We're going for Vine Skip there. I am honestly kind of relieved we didn't get it. It's kind of a pain. Trico decided whether we didn't get it because he moved his head. So this pot is full of the same stuff that's inside the barrels. And Trico adores it, of course, because, you know, snacks, right? So he's really distracted right now. He's not going to go anywhere until I find a way to close this pot. And that's what I'm going to go do. Is there no fall damage? There definitely is fall damage, which is actually why I reset. Fall damage, we don't have a health bar. But if the boy falls far enough, he'll break his leg, and it takes an amount of time that is related to how far you fell to walk off your broken leg. So I just reset because I knew that when he came back, his leg wouldn't be broken anymore. But no, we don't die from fall damage. We can die from falling too far, and, you know, conveniently, that distance is different depending on where you are in the game, but... So sometimes you can fall seemingly, like, forever and just take damage to your leg, and sometimes you can fall so quickly that you would not have even had time to hit the pause button and you're already dead. So this game is consistent like that. It's very annoying in the sense of, again, that platinum percent run that I'm going to do next week, because one of the trophies you need for the platinum is deathless. So if you happen to make a little mistake, or, you know, Trico, as is the case like in this little hallway, shears you off of his back and you're going to take fall damage and like die, sometimes you don't have the time to pause before you die. So here we are right in another scripted event. Trico's just kind of do this, and we're going to hope that he does it quickly. Also, you can see the tip of Trico's tail isn't painted, which means that you can tell exactly when in the game I painted him. I painted him right at the beginning when he was chained to the floor so that he wouldn't move, right? Because Trico's tail will actually... he's missing a piece of it at the beginning of the game for story reasons. And as the game goes on, it starts to regrow. So he's regrowing this piece that wasn't present at the beginning, which is why it's not painted. Same as you can see his horns starting to regrow a little bit. All right, he is looking up at this. We've got another Trico up there. Right, buddy? Like a lizard. Exactly. Alright, I will do the reset this time, I think. Watch it come back to bite me. Nope, we're good. So the intended way to do this is to wait for Trico to jump up onto this pillar and then climb up his tail. Instead, I'm just going to meet him like that as he goes up, and we are already up on his head. Thank you, Trico. He's upset at this eyeball over here. But not like super upset, because it's already broken. But still, thankfully, when I open this door, it's going to fall away, so... If you had to rank your enjoyment of the 3 games, how would each of them place? That's tough. Because I think that Last Guardian has the most affecting story. And I still obviously love this game because I consider it my main game, and like I'm the one who organizes Treaksmas every year. I'm the one who does the tasks. Like, you know, I love this game. But like Shadow of the Colossus is the better game. And the better experience in terms of just being a video game. But if it's like... if it's just enjoyment, I think I enjoy this game more because... as a speedrunner... there are so many things that can go wrong in Shadow. Like little tiny things that just completely ruin your ability to do a Colossus, right? Whereas in Last Guardian, it's like very flexible. You can be creative in the way that you approach problems because Trico's kind of a weirdo and things are probably going to be different run to run anyway. And I think that that's fun. Sadly, Eco's at the bottom. Don't tell Sancho I said that. I think that Eco is a good game with a story that's worth experiencing, and for its time, it really did something revolutionary with, like, being able to drag Yorda along by her hand and stuff like that, but it can definitely be frustrating to play control-wise. You can't control the camera. The jumps are not as accurate as you might like them to be. All right, thank you. I appreciate you. The Trico's tail got stuck underneath a door. We didn't see that because we did a checkpoint reset. And it kind of happened off screen, but Trico stepped on a pressure plate that trapped his tail. And now I'm setting him free so that he can go and devastate. Come on, buddy. So yeah, I think like no matter what metric you're choosing to evaluate by, Eco is at the bottom, and then probably Shadow, and then Last Guardian, with Last Guardian being like my favorite. But it's really close between Shadow and Last Guardian, to be honest. It kind of depends on what you're looking for in a game, because they're very different. Last Guardian is easier to play, but Shadow of the Colossus is more fun to revisit, you know? And I honestly might kind of be alone in saying that Last Guardian is easier to play, because the controls are tough. Okay, so Mr. Trico over here. He's gonna walk through this one-way door and he's gonna get stuck. And we're supposed to spend time in this room realizing that we can't get out, and then eventually the narrator is going to be like, oh, but it turns out that Trico and I were such good friends that actually he just does what I tell him to do. He mimics my movements. But it takes a long time for the narrator to like get to that point. So instead, we're going to essentially skip this entire room by doing a trick called command skip. This is the point in the game where we get commands for Trico. Trico, why on earth did you step this far? You're gonna make me do this in the most difficult way possible. Oh, Trico, what is your positioning, my dude? Alright, we're gonna pet him. That's gonna cause him to raise his head and sit down, which gets me up onto this pillar and we'll see if this works. I don't usually do command skip this way. Yeah! Yeah, no it didn't. Thanks, Trico. It's fine. You want to do this the right way this time, buddy? That's still pretty far forward. I don't really know what his deal is. Yeah, look at him. Look at how far he's stepping. What are you on, my guy? So anyway, command skip, right? You just get Trico to keep sitting down by petting his head, because he's a cutie. And what's supposed to be happening, if Trico wasn't being such a goob, he's supposed to be stopping further back, and we just end up, you know... There we go. Being able to jump right to these stairs. He forced me to do the, like, less optimal pillar strat. But it's still command skip. Because we got out of that room without having to wait the, like, you know, 2 minutes for the narrator to realize that we couldn't get out. So now, we have skipped the part of the game that gives us commands to use for Trico. And we just have them. That does not, however, mean we can just tell Trico what to do. We can kind of suggest what we want Trico to do, and he will interpret that how he sees fit. So I just told him to go over there. That can mean jump up onto this pillar. That can mean jump across. That can mean back up into the hallway and take a running leap. Like, he can interpret it a lot of ways. So one of the best ways to improve your time, if you're speedrunning this, is just to spend time and really get to know Trico. Understand how to give him commands that he listens to and that he understands. Because it's really, really easy to confuse him. And that's most people's complaint with this game. They play this game and they're like, oh, this giant thing never listens to me. You know? I'll take that under advisement. Let me get back to you in 3 to 5 business days. Is what Trico says. Splat! Don't worry about me. I see that Mort has vanished again. As you might expect, if I stand in the light from these guys' eyes, they'll wake up. And I can't fight without Trico. So I need Trico to be in here, helping me out. So if we're in a fight and an armor grabs me, Trico will always prioritize that armor. So sometimes we can use that to our advantage in fights with lots of armors when I want Trico to take out a specific one, or if it seems like he's having a hard time focusing. We can get his attention that way. Mortimer! Where hast thou departed to, my friend? Well, he's not in his cave. I'm so used to running this game, like, alongside navigating Mortcam. I don't even think about it anymore. Okay, where is Lizzer? Vanished once again, it would seem. He'll be back. So this room is the same principle as the previous room, except there's like a bunch more guys. Well, that was an unexpectedly long load. Come on, Trico. Get in here, buddy. We got a fight to do. Alright, so that was very intentional. Getting caught there. I lured those two guys together and then got caught by one of them so that he would take out both at the same time. As you can see, I can actually kind of fight in the sense that if Trico knocks an armor down, I can take its head off. Uh-oh. Please don't knock me off the edge. Trico's gonna murder me. But I don't have the capacity to knock armors down by myself. In practicality, so... Gotta count on Trico for that. So inside the armors actually are not people, which might make you feel a little bit better about how thoroughly we eviscerate them. It's mist. Kind of like the same mist that's inside the barrels, ouch, that Trico eats. That's like mist animating a suit of armor. Got rid of that eyeball for Trico. And up we go. He's gonna take care of most of this on his own, because he's a smart chicken dog. But I'll go back and take the spear out for him. It doesn't do anything except for let Trico know that we care. There you go, buddy. I'll take these spears out. I mean, technically there's a trophy for him, but I'm playing on an account that already has the platinum, so... Hey, Mort, I found you. Okay, Trico did not understand that for some reason. You could tell by his body language. And so I cleared his commands and gave him a command again. Okay, so kind of same deal as before. We got a door over here that we can't open. And I'm gonna find another one of those jugs of food. You know, the food smelly stuff that Trico really likes. And I'm gonna use that to trick him into helping me. Because again, he's just gonna pay attention to it. Like, really aggressively. Thanks, Trico. Bye-bye for a little while. Alright, falling onto that pillar the way that I did was a fall damage cancel. That was so that we didn't break our leg, because otherwise that fall would have been far enough to do that. But we skim the side of that pillar such that the boy thinks that he can grab it. And the act of grabbing erases the game's memory of how far we've fallen, so that when we hit the ground later, it thinks that we just fell there from, you know, 2 feet away. Hey Trix, I got a surprise for you. Alright, so that jug is not exactly where I want it, and it takes time and effort to move it there, or I can just reset, not have a broken leg, and also have the jug be exactly where I want it to be, so... That's why we do that. There you go, Trico! Alright, so he's loving that. He's gonna be really excited about that. And that chain that I hung that thing onto is attached to this door. So as Trico plays with it, as he yanks on it, he's going to lift this door open for me. Yeah, why pay medical bills when you can just reset? Doctors don't want you to know this one trick. So I don't know what this thing is. I think it's like some wheels for a cart. But regardless, we can stand them up this way and use them to prop the door open. Hi, Trico. So even more than he loves that food, he loves me, and he really loves this axle. I don't know why. He's just obsessed with this object. So I had to get his attention again and tell him, no, don't run into the door with your head, because that's what he was going to do. I need you to focus on that. And I pointed to the jug, which is why he went back to doing what he was doing. Alright, Trix, you ready? Here we go. Big one, big one. Yeah. Good job, Trico. So that's enough space for Trico to get through. Fantastic. Oh no. Whew, that was close. Trico can get really finicky in that room. It was lucky we got off of him when we did. So now we've got a hallway with 2 eyeballs. He is gonna hate this. This is gonna be a bad day for Trico. Which is why we're gonna break him. And as long as we're careful, we can do that at least partially during the cutscene. There you go, buddy. As for how long it takes Trico to get past those eyeballs, because he wants to sniff them, you know, it varies. And so far, none of us have ever been able to figure out how to make him do it fast. Sometimes he just does not care and just immediately walks right past them. Other times, he spends a minute just sniffing and having a great time. And there's no clear indication of why he does that. Who's that lovely goober on cam? That is Mort. Mort the blue-tongued skink, which is a kind of lizard with very tiny arms. We shoved this thing off of the platform and it destroyed some of the platform, but obviously, you know, we're speedrunners. We know where to stand. Why doesn't he like the eyes? Great question. We're not entirely sure. The presumption is that whoever used to live here, while this place was still inhabited, you know, taught Tricos not to go places using those eyes by, like, punishing them, right? Conditioning them, showing them the eye, and then giving them a punishment. So that they were conditioned to hate them and avoid the places where the eyes were. Because then presumably you could keep Tricos off of, you know, places like this bridge that kind of can't really support them. And other places you don't want them to be. So we presume it was just some kind of training thing. But also, they're just kind of scary, you know? Pavlov's bell, but less or more cruel, depending on how you think they did it, right? So once again, this thing's gonna fall off. It's gonna break the platform that I'm standing on. I need Trico to save me! Save me, buddy! And these are not cutscenes. I am in control of the boy, and Trico is actively calculating. This is a scripted event. So sometimes he can and will just miss. Now, if you want to be heartless, but you don't have 3.5 hours to speedrun The Last Guardian, you can just choose not to save Trico here. That's called bad ending, because he will fall if we don't save him. He will eventually fall, this thing will break. And you go to black screen, which means that you died. So, you can be a bad person, but it's only an hour. So it's shorter. That's the price that you pay. I'll actually be running Bad Ending at a different marathon on Thursday. Why they accepted it, I have no idea. Hey, Treeks. Yeah, we're going to be moving during that little scene there. No need to wait for Trico. Fumito Ueda, who created these games, is just... if he can destroy something, he will. Like, that is just... he loves it. Save the Frames Extreme version. So Trico's over here in the hallway. He's very upset at this eyeball. Which is why I'm swinging over here to relieve him of his discomfort. And once I do, he'll be happy to come in here and absolutely obliterate the guys who are hassling me. And I will leave him to do that. That guy's having a bad day. Hey, Trico. Hi. So I calmed him down just by calling him. And that's going to be true essentially for the rest of the game. We don't need to pet him. We can just calm him down like that. You got a lot of spears in you, my guy. So obviously we've got this big eyeball. Trico is very uncomfortable. We can get stuck in a permanent loop here. So how about we don't do that, Trico? Hey. Trico. Hey, buddy. Hey. Trico. Hi. Yeah, I know. It's scary. You good? Alright. This way. So what I need Trico to do is just pivot left. Not step forward and turn left. If he steps forward, he's going to get angry at the eye again. There we go. And that's how you create that, like, permanent circle. He steps forward, he gets angry, you calm him down. You tell him to go left, he steps forward, he gets angry, you calm him down. Hey, look at this! Hanging cages? Where have we seen this before? The only difference is that there's not water this time. In Dark Souls? This is true. We've also seen it at the end of Eco. For the viewers who were not there for the beginning of this run. Which is, you know, just another callback to the same universe that all of these games happen in. It's possible that we're standing in a new civilization that was built on top of the remains of the Queen's Castle. It's possible that, you know, the same civilization builds the same kinds of cages because they're the same people, right? But we're a long way up. So maybe there used to be water down there. Now to solve this puzzle, you're supposed to like go through this hole and go onto the back and then come back through another hole and yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna jump to the end of the puzzle. Voila, we're done. That trick can be very difficult. It looked easy, but it can be difficult based, like, I'm not even joking, based on how hard the wind is blowing. Because if that eye is shifting side to side especially hard, because of how physics was interpreted, you won't be, like, lined up to do that jump, so... This game is it's one of those, you know? Do we know the canonical order in which 3 games happen? We know that Shadow happens before Eco. We are essentially positive of that because that's where the Horned Boys come from, right? But we do not know whether Last Guardian happens in between them or before both of them, after both of them. I think it happens after both of them. Because, you know, obviously we're seeing things like these cages, which suggest that it happens after Eco. And Eco is obviously after Shadow. But there's no real clear answers. There's also, here in the options menu, if we were to turn on, I believe it's Warrior's Clothes, which is a recreation of Wonder's outfit, right? Like this sash is the same as Wonder's cape that he was wearing in the previous game, Shadow. The first time that you put that on, the boy will say something along the lines of like, wow, it feels really special to be wearing this traditional garb, as if it's like an important part of their past, right? But it could also just be that, you know, they don't usually wear robes like that, and that's what he means. And it has nothing to do with Shadow being beforehand. We'll run in the Shadow outfit for a little bit. You can do whatever cosmetics you want and still have a valid run. So, it's not the same as Shadow, where you like can't turn on like the explosive arrows, right? Or else you invalidate your run. Oh. So Shadow and Eco happen between, like, what's happening now and the narrator of this game existing in his, like, adult state, right? There are some other elements of this game that people have their own interpretations of. We'll get to see a little bit of that. Woo! Okay. We'll get to see a little bit of that at the end. Help! This guy's just waiting for me. He's like, oh, pray tell, what are you doing in there? Alright, we're just gonna restart the checkpoint. Because it's just right here. The boy was supposed to jump this way. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, sometimes developers just put things like that in their game to be like, hey, haha, remember this other game I made? Without meaning to create some canonical, like, meaning to it, right? But who knows? Oh, I forgot to show the Last Guardian Easter egg in Shadow of the Colossus. The remake. Eh, well. Bye! Okay, so this is Drawbridge Skip. One of my favorite skips in the game. Trico is down below us on a pillar, right? And the only place that he has to jump is that drawbridge over there, but it's not open. So we're supposed to, like, get over there, and we can see that little wooden thing that we're supposed to grab and slowly work our way down to the drawbridge. Nah, we ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, I'm going to cheese my way onto a part of the drawbridge that you're not actually supposed to stand on. Which is right. Oof! Okay, we'll do it again. First try, definitely, for sure. Don't worry about it. We're just right here anyway, like we're right outside of it, so it's fine. We're gonna cheese ourselves onto a part of the drawbridge we're not supposed to stand on, as you can see. And the game is actually gonna kind of panic. It's gonna be like, oh, wait, what? Hold on. You're not supposed to be over here without having triggered any of the, like, cutscenes about this scaffolding over here breaking and all this other stuff that's supposed to happen. So it's gonna actually teleport Trico directly to us. Because that's the only way that the game can see to not break. That's the only solution that it can come up with. So it's like, oh, why are you over here? Yikes! Here's Trico. And there he is. He's just on the drawbridge. And there's supposed to be this whole cutscene where he, like, jumps over anyway and tries to save you, and then you're, like, on his back. And none of that happens because the game just has to get him over there, or else it's broken and you can't proceed. So we just kind of spawn Trico on the bridge. And I love it. First try. First try, 0 deaths. Now outside, Trico has sat down. He's like, you know, look at all this stuff I've been doing for you. And you haven't even given me as much as a rub behind the ears. How dare you? And he's very upset. So he's refusing to move until we give him a snack. Which is why I am preemptively going and retrieving this snack. And walking out of it, out of this hole in a way that I'm not supposed to. You're supposed to take this barrel and throw it, like, back and forth to all these platforms. Then you rush over there real quick before it can roll off. And you do that, like, repeatedly until you can get it out. But I just, you know, located the 1 pixel where we can just step out. And that's called barrel skip because I named most of the things in this run and I'm not very creative. And so there are a total of 3 barrel skips, technically. 2 primary barrel skips and 1 that kind of counts. Well, that all operate off of the same principle, you know, just squeak your way out of the place without solving the puzzle. The Trico's feeling better. He'll stand up and come help me now. Hey, Trix, let's go. Ooh, okay, I can't see. This is extremely dark. I just have to remember where the jumps are. There's holes in the floor. Hi, Trico. Surprise! He has flashlights for eyeballs. Because, you know, of course he does. You ready, buddy? Did you actually understand me? Trico, I'm so proud. He never understands what I want in this room. That was really fast. And that was a gold by 37 seconds against my PB, which is really fast. This is my main game after all. My PB is world record pace, you know. Way to go, Trico. We will quickly hemorrhage that somewhere else, I'm sure. But... Alright, buddy, you ready? Good job. Good job. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Go, 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 go! Go, keep going, keep going! Get over there! Oh, so close. Extremely rarely it's possible, if he listens really well, to just get him to make that jump before we watch this little cutscene. Doesn't usually happen, but it's always nice to try. So there's that other Trico, in case you didn't notice it the first time that our Trico got angry. That other Trico is off in the distance. Cool, cool. Good job, Treeks. Alright, so we've got this eyeball up above our heads. Obviously, that's going to cause Trico some distress. And I need to figure out a way to get rid of it. That's what he's upset about right now. Oh, buddy! Oof! I thought Trico murdered me. He kind of messed up the trajectory of my jump there. You're not supposed to do it that way. You're supposed to go down his tail, but you know. I have never actually played the VR version of The Last Guardian. I think that, like, by and large, people really enjoyed it because it gave a much better sense of scope of, like, standing next to Trico and just how massive he is. But I'm sure that, especially compared to VR now, it was probably pretty clunky. Because I feel like even now VR is still kind of clunky. They haven't quite gotten it yet, you know? Because they've got... There's multiple things now, I think, where you're like hooked into a rig and you can like run on like a 360 treadmill to make it more immersive. But it seems to me like that's a little bit premature, right? Like, VR isn't to the point yet where we have games that are like super successfully VR enough to like justify that, you know what I mean? So it's like really cool in theory, but I feel like until we get like Skyrim VR or something, you're not gonna really want to just have that whole rig. But I've also literally never played a single game in VR, so maybe I'm entirely wrong. I don't know. Are there Skyrim VR mods? That's cool. Alright, so we're gonna do this little trick called rope run. We're not supposed to be running like this. We're supposed to have our arms out to our sides and like very agonizingly slowly going across this. But we can keep chaining this running animation as long as we start it before we're on the rope. But we have to stay exactly perfectly straight or else we fall off the sides and then we start that slow animation. Meanwhile, hey Trico, we're gonna get rid of this. Don't leave. Hey buddy! Hi. Jumping down to him like that subverts the previous way that we did this, which was a faster version of the intended way of just hopping down these scaffolding things. So the trick that I just did was called the Panda Plummet, named after Sancho Panda, who is the aforementioned eco expert I have been occasionally mentioning. It's headache inducing, I bet. Especially if a game isn't like made for VR. I bet that it is. Here's White Tower over here. Remember, that's where we're trying to go. We're spending our entire game just trying to get closer and further up the White Tower. Yeah, my knowledge of VR games is limited to like, there's a game called Moss, because that gets recommended all the time, that it's free with PS Plus. And there's like a VR and non-VR version. And then there's like that one game with like slow motion bullets. I don't remember what that one is called. That one comes to mind. It's got like a single word name, I think, that sounds kind of spiffy. And then there was a VR Half-Life, wasn't there? And that is about the extent of my knowledge of VR games. Super Hot, that's the one. I've never finished Skyrim. I've watched other people finish Skyrim. My husband finished Skyrim. But I always play as a lizard person, obviously. And there's just not enough lizard person husbands for my lizard guy. And it's very sad. And I want to marry the lizard guy from the whatever it's called, the Dark Hand people or whatever. But he's not available. We'll put it that way. Trico, catch me. Nothing a couple mods can't fix, that's very true. See, my husband, the last time that we played Skyrim, he's like, I want to be a sorcerer. And I want to be like so powerful that I can just cast spells constantly. I can cast like, you know, lightning or whatever constantly and never run out of magic. And I was like, okay, that seems like a cool goal. And then we worked to create the magic build that he wanted. And then as soon as he had it, he's like, all right, I'm satisfied. It's like, you're not gonna like go beat the game with it. And he's like, nah, I made it. So the purpose of Skyrim, for most people, is absolutely, like, not beating the game. And Husbando's the same way for Minecraft with the mods. Like, we gotta find the right texture pack. We gotta find all these things. And we spend like 2 weeks on discovering texture packs, and then it's like, okay, you want to build something? And he's like, no, I'm kind of Minecraft out for now. It's so fun to play those kind of games, you know, where like who cares about the main quest? Because that's basically like Breath of the Wild's whole thing, Tears of the Kingdom, right? It's like you could go to the boss right now, but you don't because, oh look, I don't recognize this mushroom. Let's take a picture of it. And of course, that was the purpose of Elden Ring, right? You were actively discouraged from following the main quest because Margit will absolutely destroy you if you just go there right away, as the average player. Trico's ruining everything. I told you Ueda loves crumbling buildings. Hey, we found the other Trico! Turns out she's a meanie head. Long live the king, that's literally what my split here is called. I couldn't help it. But no, for sure, agreed. The difficulty where... Yeah, like sometimes you just want to be overly powerful, right? Like you just want to walk into a room and just obliterate everybody. And there's absolutely no risk that anything is going to happen to you. Sometimes that's fun. And games that don't let you do that are very annoying. Sometimes... it's important, right? Like, sometimes it works. It kind of depends on what the game is trying to do, but... like, Husbando and I have been playing through some of the Borderlands games. We revisit Borderlands 2 probably at least once a year together. And, you know, there's a big difference between a game like Borderlands where you get these powerful weapons. Like, we could get OP-10 weapons and then go back to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and just... vaporize everybody, right? And sometimes that's fun. But, like, we want to have the choice. Don't just make it automatically be like, oh, surprise, everybody else is also OP-10. You never get to feel strong. Like, that sucks. Unless you want it to be that way. So, there should be a choice, you know? Hey, Trico! I need you to do your thing, honey. I'm stuck in a tree. Thank you. Trico tries so hard not to kick me in the face here. He's so sweet. Alright, so we're gonna go for modified vine skip here. I was talking earlier in the run about how sometimes you can fall and just break your leg, and sometimes arbitrarily you fall the same distance and then this time you die. That's kind of what happens here. The vines that are, you can see them down there, right? Well, you could see them for a fraction of a second. And now my camera is, of course, stuck. Those vines are right equal to the death floor. The death plane for this space that I'm in. So, if I try to jump down to them, Sometimes the boy will grab the vines and he'll just be perfectly fine. Sometimes he'll die on the way down. Sometimes he'll grab the vines and then die anyway. So I am notorious for not succeeding in vine skip because it always kills me. I'm very unlucky. So we just went halfway down so that we were sure that we wouldn't trigger the death floor. And now we can do barrel skip, right? So we're supposed to take this barrel and like roll it down these and keep stopping it from falling off, just like before. And just like before, we're going to find this one little pixel that lets us get up here. This one, to me, is more difficult, but also the boy's just kind of not hooking like I want to. Can you, like, straighten out, my dude? Thank you. Yeah. So there we go. We just step out of the puzzle. And we done, because once again, Trico's kind of throwing a little bit of a fit. He says, look how much I've done for you. I literally just fell through the ceiling. Please give me a cookie. And I'm like, you know what? Fair. Well, sure, I suppose. Oh, that was beautiful, actually. The way that that landed, with that piece of debris coincidentally being there so that Trico could just grab it, that was beautiful. Friends make sure that friends have snacks. Speaking of which, if you've been watching this run for any length of time, don't forget to get a drink. And a snack if you need one. Do some stretches. Take a deep breath, release the tension from your shoulders. So we fell back down, and actually this was the room from the very beginning of the game. Well, not the very beginning, a little bit of the ways through, where I hung that pot on the chain so that Trico would lift the door open for me, and then I shoved the axle underneath. That was that room that we just fell back into. But this time, thankfully, we could kind of climb out and recover some of the ground that we lost when we got punched in the face. Our white tower is currently not visible. Sad. All the way up there. Wow. That space over there with those two eyeballs, these two towers, is the very end of the game. And you can already see it. It's already set up and waiting for us. Now across the way here, we're not really going to get to see them until we encounter them. But there are some armors. That's what is making Trico upset here. That's why his eyes are a different color. He's seeing these armors. And what's special about them is, for the first time... Let me see if I... There, we can see them. They have these shields that are the eyes that Trico really hates. So, Trico's going to be scared. This is going to be like the first time that he's completely unwilling to fight. Pray tell, how did I break my leg flying through the air? Okay, whatever. He's going to be too scared to fight. So those shields stop Trico in his tracks. And any time that we see them, they need to be the #1 priority, or Trico will not fight. And that's a problem for a couple reasons. Number one, it can be really hard to deal with armors when Trico's just standing in a corner crying. Number two, for some reason that I really don't think is intentional, Trico becomes more passive for the rest of the run anytime that one of those shields stops him. That means he'll get worse at fighting, he'll be less likely to actually kill armors, he'll just like knock them over. So we really need to get these out of these guys' hands. For this fight in particular, because it's just trying to like teach you about these, it's fine if another one of them picks it up. Although they didn't. But going forward, anybody who picks up one of those shields becomes an immediate problem. Yeah. This is a risky place for me to be. Trico's gonna kick me out the window. Excuse me. I would like to continue to yank this guy's head off of his shoulders. I got it, Treeks. It's fine. Thank you, though. The blue-tongued dog needs a snack. I think Mort would firmly believe that he always needs a snack. If you asked him, he'd be like, yeah, it's been so long. I don't remember the last time I had a snack. Nobody cares about me. Meanwhile, he ignored his spoon of blueberries and watermelon. So, I am going against... I don't usually run against my PB splits for this game because it's demoralizing, right? It's demoralizing specifically for the Last Guardian to run against your PB and watch yourself lose time because Trico's just putzing around. But, you know, for this run, those just happen to be the splits that I open. And so my PB is a 312. Normally in a marathon, I would list the estimate for this game as a 325. The 312 is fast. It's not the world record anymore, but it was for a while. And we are currently somehow 51 seconds ahead of the 312. So I don't know what that's all about. But that's cool. Haven't seen gold on these splits for a long time. If only we hadn't lost like 2 minutes to just failing to jump to Gaius. Because while I don't believe that there's a chance that we could retake the world record for Last Guardian, I do believe, if we continue to perform well, that there is a chance that we could take the world record for Trifecta, which I am currently, I believe, 2nd place in. And that would be kind of cool. Because I remember my goal for Eco being 155, and we got a 151. And Shadow, obviously, like, I beat my any percent PB. Whether it was by almost an hour or by 2 minutes, doesn't matter. Because I did beat it. And all of the other people who run Trifecta are Shadow the Colossus mains. Nobody else who runs Trifecta focuses on the Last Guardian, so automatically I have a huge advantage there. So that's cool. Maybe we'll pull something off here, huh? That's actually a great question. I don't know what the Trifecta world record is. It's kind of hard to tell because it's not real time. Right? Because that would account for, like, switching discs and stuff, which we don't do. I'll have to look. And it doesn't matter, like, it's just for fun. But that would be a cool side effect. Yeah, it's some of IGT's except for Last Guardian, which is timed in real time anyway. But I mean, I'm running splits, so I'll have my time. The Trico's above me. We had to get rid of that big pot of stuff because, as always, that's filled with like food, right? And he's 6,000% into that. So he wasn't going to leave it alone unless I got rid of it, so I dumped it into the water. I know, I'm a horrible Trico owner. But now I'm stuck down here. So I need Trico's help. Specifically, I needed him to break that floorboard and then sit his butt right over it so that his tail comes through. Because I'm going to climb up his tail to get out of here. I did start the timer a few minutes late. That is correct. Okay, so Trico's tail, it's going to start coming down in here. And if you know anything about video games, you know that most of them are made such that if you're not looking at something, it doesn't exist. So we looked down at the water in order to make, thank you, all of this scaffolding not exist, because it's much easier for Trico's tail to come down if there's not all of this stuff in the way, right? So we just kind of temporarily made it not exist so that we didn't have to worry about Trico's tail getting stuck on a bunch of stuff. And now we outie. Where am I? Generally speaking. Alright. Yeah, he owns me just like a cat would. Truer words have never been spoken. So there's two armors over there. We didn't really get to see them because I didn't, like, look at them, but they are there. And that's what Trico's doing right now. He's fighting those armors. After that, I know that he is going to be tired and hungry, and he's going to ask for food. So I am preemptively getting him this food while he's still doing the fight. And it is possible to place this barrel on top of the box using the square button. But the little trick that I just did was called the Sancho step, again named after Sancho Panda because he found it, where we just walk onto the barrel, or onto the box with the barrel. There you go, Trico. Hey, buddy. Honey, you got a snack there, dude. Treeks. Your AI is, like, not registering that you have a snack, buddy. Here. Look at this. Look. What's this? There you go. Yeah, that's the realistic AI, right? You gotta trick him into... trick him into eating. Hey, buddy, did you see me? Yep, there you go. You got it. You got it. The problem is, Trico is now stuck on that side of the wall, and I need to figure out some kind of way to get him through here. So let's see. Also, here's White Tower again, coming around the corner. Surprise! That's where we're still trying to go. Alright, so we can maybe get him through this door, but I got this guy behind me. Of course, Trico's breaking everything. That's just what he does. Cool, cool. Thanks, bud. And there's the White Tower. Framed once again so that we keep remembering what it is that we're doing. So coming up, we got Colosseum. There's going to be 4 enemies in here, and we're going to... This is actually the only glitch that is used in any percent. We are going to try to glitch this encounter so that there's only 1 armor, because these armors are all standing in a line, and they start spawning for some reason, starting with the back of the room and moving forward. So, you going to let me do this, Treeks? Nope. And in fact, I'm just not going to do it at all. If Trico's not going to let me do it, then I am going to restart. Because this does make a difference. Trico, go. Treeks. His AI was just absolutely borked. And it still kind of is. He's just absolutely not listening to me. Anyway, we're going to try to interrupt their spawning by interrupting their load. So right as they're loading in, I'm going to reset the checkpoint, and that should stop the load process. Rico, honey, thank you. That's all I wanted last time, too. So we have to reset really, really quickly after we touch down there, and then we'll pop in here and see how successful we were. We got 3 out of the 4, which is the ideal outcome. Normally there would be armors in every one of these alcoves. Because we're playing on PS5, we'll get no shield in here. One of them would have been holding those eyeball shields. If it were PS4 and we had done that, his shield still would have been in there for some reason. Good job, Trico. Hey, Treeks. Trico. Hi, buddy. Good job. Ready? So, one of the negatives of doing this glitch is, of course, the game is like, oh, there's 4 armors in here and you've only killed 1. Yes, the fight's still happening. So we get this battle music until I reset again. But thankfully that won't be too awful long. We're not doing all barrels, so... Thanks, Streaks. Alright, up we go. I was just doing some mental math real quick. Based on the current times for the world record Trifecta, I would have to almost PB in order to take the world record. So technically, it's possible. Just kind of unlikely. Our eco times ended up being quite close. But of course, you know, the world record holder is, as of like a month ago, the world record holder in every version of Shadow of the Colossus, so I didn't really come close to that time. Trico. I was just talking about how fast we need to go, buddy. And then, of course, I kind of do the same thing to him with Last Guardian, but with Last Guardian being as fickle as it is, whatever. We're just here to have fun, right, Treeks? If we get the world record, we get the world record, and that's cool. Hi, buddy. How's it going, you big green bean? Yeah, Baru, tell me about it. Next streaks. Let's go. So upcoming, we have 2 water puzzles here. These are usually fairly consistent. Trico does a good job with these. Finally, he's overcoming his fear of water. Thanks to us, you know. We still have to go in first, but he's getting there. Yeah, okay, so the fact that I was even close, you know, that I even have a chance is very surprising to me, because I de-rusted Eco once last week before I played it today, and prior to that I hadn't played Eco for the better part of a year. So the fact that I was anywhere close is nice. And I mean, these games are just fun, you know? They're a lot of fun to play, and it's really satisfying to be able to play all of them back to back like this. That's what it's all about, right, Mort? Mort don't care. Mort's having the time of his life. Yeah, okay, so when we don't get the world record for Trifecta, it's because marathon luck. It's like, I'm not even joking when I say that I think it's gonna come down to the fact that we failed that jump on Gaius 3 times. Because we lost like 2 minutes, I think. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. To just not being able to make that jump, which is like the most basic element of platforming in Shadow of the Colossus. I have never in my life missed it. And I genuinely think that 2 minutes is going to be all it takes. So, yes, I would be happy to blame it on marathon luck, because what even was that? But yeah, I mean, I've always been one of those people who's like, speedrunning should be for fun first and for time second, you know? So if we don't get it now, we'll just get it later. And the scary thing is actually, Tic Tac, who is the world record holder, is planning to do another Trifecta for Treeksmas this year. So, you know, sometime in December. And pretty sure he's better at Shadow now than he was when he did the original Trifecta. So as long, even if his Eco and Last Guardian times stay consistent with what they were, his Shadow time should be even better. So even if I got world record today, which I might, I don't know, he'll probably just kick me. Because his in-game time for Shadow was like a 103 or something, and I'm pretty sure he's under a minute now, pretty consistently. Or not a minute, an hour, I'm sorry. Boy, if he could do all of Shadow of the Colossus in under a minute, I don't think I would stand a chance. Yeah, friendly competition is good. Especially in categories like this because, you know, it kind of loses its oomph, you know, if you don't have anybody else. Plus, it's just really nice that there's more than just me who is using Last Guardian as a speedrun, right? Because it's certainly not as popular as, like, Shadow. And for a long time, I was the only active runner. It's nice to see that more people than ever are Last Guardian runners, you know? So we're without Trico. Trico has really big lungs, and alas, we do not. So he kind of left us behind. And that means for actually the first time in the game, we are entirely alone. Yes, I could have tried to run across this faster. You can run across this using the same principle as you can with like rope run, which we did earlier. But it's very risky. As you can see, that's not really a fall that's going to break my leg. So we're just going to walk across. Let me through. Yeah, the cages are elevators. Hey, we got a Trico feather there on the floor. There's another one. We gotta find our big bird friend, so that's a good sign. There's some more feathers. We're on the trail. And a tail, of all things. Hey, turns out that's not our Trico. That's the Trico that slapped us in the face. Yikes. Yeah, almost got me. But I was too spindly. Alright, so we skipped the first part of this puzzle. You're supposed to, like, climb up a tree and go across a wire. We didn't do that. We just took the risk that she was gonna absolutely whack us into the abyss. And now she's gonna be right underneath me. And I want her to start her animation, which is why I hesitated for just a second there. She was going to be jumping up and trying to swat at me. That gives me just enough time to sneak past her here since she was committed to that animation. Otherwise, she'll try to stick her arm in that little tunnel and smack at you. And you have to keep, like, tricking her back and forth between the sides. But we didn't have to do that. That all went very well. Hi, lady. So we could have made it across the first gap without her, but we couldn't have made it across the second gap, and she comes through the first one anyway, so that's why we didn't push it. Because if you happen to be on that platform when she, you know, jams her head in, then obviously it's going to knock you down. Boy, just get up here. What is your deal, my dude? Alright, so we're trying to get the heck out of here. Surprise! Not gonna be that easy. So this is bad, obviously. But now we start to hear the sound. Her horns are resonating with the sound. And suddenly she doesn't really care about us anymore. She's gone. Whatever sound that was, it was very important to her, and she was like, nah, human in a cage isn't worth it. So the narrator is going to say it feels like we waited for an eternity, so we do actually have to wait, like we're on a timer now, and nothing I can do can make it faster, so we're just kind of vibing. I wish that this is where I was positioned in just a second, but it's going to reset me, sadly. But this is the official start of Cage Puzzle, which is, Cage Puzzle makes or breaks speedruns. Because as you can see, this cage is not perfectly round, which makes it challenging to roll properly. Trico is going to be interfering. It's a whole thing. Let's hope that this treats us with kindness. Hello? Thank you. Hi, Trico. This one's actually our Trico. Hey, Trix. Hey, buddy. Yep, borf borf. Alright. Here we go. Here's Cage Puzzle proper. Trix, I need you to step out of the way, okay? Get your face out of the way. Thank you. Okay, Trico. Here we go. You ready? I've set this up for you. I'm gonna need your help. I know, I missed you too, buddy. I know, you just want pets. You just want pets, I know. But now here's the challenging thing, okay? I need you to push me. And I need you to push me up. Not sideways. Not leftways. Okay? You gotta push me up. Trico. Hey, dude. Can we go? Alright, here we go. Come on, Trix. You can do this. You can do this, buddy. I believe in you. Yeah! Way to go! Hey, and we didn't break our leg either. This is like the best cage puzzle we could possibly have asked for. I mean, it's not over, but that was really, really good. What is more common is Trico either, like, he tries to push you up, but what he actually does is just pushes you sideways repeatedly. Or, hey, and we didn't break our leg here, which significantly speeds this up. Or he'll push you up and then he'll, like, jam you into a corner, right? And it's so hard to get out of. Alright, ideally, this works on the first try. Both for time reasons and for Trico reasons. I do not like that throw. Can we make this work? Can we make this work? If I go right now... Yeah, okay, the cage actually assisted me. Pushed me the rest of the way. Yep. I will take that in a heartbeat. Really, really nice cage puzzle. Every part of that was essentially exactly what we wanted. We wanted Trico to push me up. I didn't break my leg. I could just continue rolling the cage in like a smooth motion. We didn't get stuck on anything. Didn't break my leg on the way down so that we didn't have to heal from that before pushing the cage. Repositioning wasn't very difficult once we were on this platform. Like, it was nice. So Trico's gonna sit down again, because this is just what he does, right? And he's like, I want a cookie. And I say, alright, well, let me go get you some Baja Blast Gatorade, I guess. Or Mountain Dew. Which happens to be behind this guy. When armors don't have heads, they won't bother you until you put a head on them. Which is why I grabbed this helmet. So now that he's out of the way, I have access to Trico's little snack here. And this is barrel skip number 3. Gotta wait for this guy to start doing some Naruto nonsense. And then up we go. He can't walk up here, so... Yeah, I was gonna reset that cage landing, because it's super easy to get stuck back, like, in the place where I was. But the momentum from the other cage that we ran into actually was able to push me forward enough that I didn't get stuck, which was very lucky. You ready, Trix? You got this, buddy, right? You got this. So I gave Trico actually a very complex command there. I know it didn't look it, but he's going to do multiple things based off of this singular command. He's going to jump over here, he's going to turn, he's going to go up on this pillar. And I'm not going to interrupt him because his AI knows what's happening and I don't want to disturb that. Beautiful. So we are reunited. We're on our way out of this cage, right, Treeks? Or this cage. This cave. Come on, Trico. You got this. We can't just wait here. He knows what's up. It's him. Haha, surprise. He's a good jumper. Listen, I've been running for, like, almost 7 hours. The jokes are gonna get bad, alright? Come on, Treeks. There you go. So we're back up where this other Trico was, and of course, there's another Trico here. Our Trico's super into it. He wants to sniff, he wants to investigate. I'm gonna do my best to stop him from doing that. Hey, buddy. Because we gotta go, dude. We gotta go. If the joke is funny, is it bad? Possibly. Yeah, yours would be worse, Shivio. Yours would be too punny for the 7th hour of our run, I feel. And yet, go ahead. By all means. Turn the chat into a lovely catastrophe. Because I appreciate you. Hey, there's the White Tower. Surprise! We're getting closer. We're getting closer and higher. So, remember, all we want to do is get onto that White Tower so that we can get the heck out of here. Nice save. Trico, why aren't you going, bud? So here in just a minute, we're gonna do like a little bit more platforming, and then we're gonna get a longer-ish scripted event. Again, Trico can go fast, he can go slow, because it's not a cutscene. But there's nothing I can do to control it. And it's gonna last a couple minutes. One of my favorite parts of the game, and it's honestly a lot of people's favorite part. So definitely worth watching, but I am gonna stretch my legs one more time. That's gonna be my last opportunity before the end of the run, so I will step away for but a moment. But first, we have to get there. Alright, Jake, so you gonna cooperate? You gonna be good? Alright, I can't see. Can't see. That's fine. It's always worth it going for that ledge. If we die, it's no big deal, because we're just going to be right here doing the same thing. So you want to just go for it. You don't want to keep trying to just line up Trico's head, because who knows what Trico's going to do. You just don't want to spend time on it. You either make it or you don't, and then you just move on. It is Last Guardian now, yes. Thank you for setting the game. I appreciate it. Okay. Hi, Treeks. He's just waiting for me out here. So we're going to open this up. And then we are going to head once again into one of these cages, I guess you would call them. These little antennified or electrified cages. Last time we went into one of these, he ate me, so... This time there are 2 armors in here as well, so I can't just like putz around forever, right? But I am very intentionally going to stand right here on purpose. Hi, Trix. Hi, Trix. Yoink. The game did get adjusted already, yes. Thank you, Flutter. Appreciate it. Okay, so this scripted event is going to happen. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs one last time before the end of this run. I will be back in just a minute. Enjoy Trico's loving shenanigans. Okay, I return. So poor Trico, right? He has realized the error of his ways and is trying to help us, but isn't sure how. It me. I'm here now. Yeah, don't worry. Trico ate me for the... It's only for the, 4th time. It's fine. He won't do it again. Boy, what are you doing? Alright, in we go. Doink. No, boy, I did not tell you to do that. Please just get down the ladder. Alright, cool. So, Trico has succeeded in nearly drowning us, which, you know, brought us back to life, so kudos to him, I suppose. Now, I'm gonna need Trico to stick his head into this hole. In the meantime, we're gonna try a physics exploit called Mind Skip that for years I didn't even believe was possible because it's so rare. And there's no harm in trying it because we literally need to wait for Trico anyway. But we're getting actually pretty close. We're basically bouncing off of this rock and trying to get the boy to grab this ledge. And yeah, he's coming really close because, you know, Trico needs to come into this mine anyway, and there's nothing we can do except for wait for him. Hi, buddy. Yeah, part of the reason that the world record is what it is right now is because Walter got Mind Skip in an any %, which saves quite a lot of time. Hey, thanks, Trico. That was very kind of you to lift your head like that. Come on, Trico. So Trico's stuck in there, and we need him to keep following us, right? Like, the premise of this entire game is Trico and I go to places trying to get out of this valley. And the only place left for us to go is through this hallway, and it's very tiny. Trico's doing his best, but it's very tiny. Hey, Treeks. He didn't quite make it. Just a little too small for our gigantic boy. But don't worry, he's okay. If I were to turn backwards and look after jumping up onto him like this, you would see that he is in fact breathing. The stones on top of him are moving. It's just... Ain't nobody got time for that. Little boy, please. Can you not be the way that you are? For like 5 minutes. Alright, so we gotta find something to do for Trico here. Here's White Tower and the bridge to White Tower, but there's also armors, which obviously is bad because I am not but a wee lad who can't really deal with this on my own. The Trico is notoriously really bad at this fight. None of us know why. The best thing I can do is keep this guy close to the edge so that when Trico gets over here and actually hits this guy, the odds that he hits them like that off of the edge is much higher. Good job, Trico. You got him. You don't need to pay attention to him anymore. Yeah, he's still falling. I understand the death plane is like really far down here, but focus on these other guys. Yeah, this is what you would expect for this fight. Just Trico doing very poorly. Good job, buddy. I got this one. Don't knock him out of my hands. Alright, cool. Fight's over. That actually was not that bad. Trico did not do too badly. For some reason, he just never wants to kill those specific guys. Hi, buddy! And now he's gotta shout for a little bit, you know? I get it. Sometimes you just gotta shout at the sky. And there's White Tower. That's where we've been trying to go this entire time. You can kind of see there's 2 eyeballs over there. So, in order to deal with that, what you're supposed to do is go kind of underneath this bridge. There's another little walkway. And you're supposed to like take that, get to the White Tower, walk all the way around the White Tower, and then come back out after you take some stairs, and then you'll be at the top and you can get rid of the eyeballs. Sure. That takes time though. Takes multiple minutes, and instead we are going to do White Tower skip, I hope. I would argue it's the hardest skip in the game. Obviously not mandatory if you just want to speedrun this game for fun, but it is absolutely mandatory if you want a really good time. Because it saves multiple minutes. So, here you go. You're scaring me, buddy. My controls are inverted during little cutscenes like that, which is why I was just kind of zigzagging with no purpose. I was trying to get as far ahead as possible. So White Tower skip relies on us, once again, it's how this game works, standing in a place that we're not supposed to stand. It's absolutely worth it to just like keep attempting this, even if we fail, so we'll see how many tries this takes. Hopefully not too many. First, we want to end up inside that little V. Faster to reset than to set it up again. Whoops. I mean, I can set it up the first time, that's fine. Alright. This is one of the places where the death plane is actually like really high. You don't have much leeway between falling and dying. But yeah, this first step is we want to get... Can we stop doing that? Into this V. How you do that is up to you. I have grown to prefer the same side method, but sometimes people will do the jump across method. There we go. And then we want to run up here, jump to the side ever so slightly, and that will grab us up here, which has a tiny area that does register as being able to grab. And then from there we cheese our way up to the top. And we have skipped that entire puzzle by just sneaking onto like an invisible piece of collision. And we did it, so really that was not especially bad. First couple tries, no big deal. How do you pet him? I will show you. I'll show you very shortly. I mean, if you're asking logistically, it's the circle button. But there are 2 eyes, yes. But I'm actually being assaulted with like so many of these armors, like ninjutsu magic things, that I can't move. Doesn't matter how much I mash like this, like I can't move. So, if Trico wants to save me, he's got to overcome his fears. And he did, of course, because he loves me. Alright, the fastest way to get off of Trico once he has absolutely destroyed everything is just a checkpoint reset. It'll put me up here instead of climbing him. Of course, he broke the bridge to the White Tower. We were trying to get to the White Tower for the entire game, so now we're gonna have to figure out a different way. Now, you're supposed to, like, grab that little gargoyle guy there, and it'll break and it'll drop you onto Trico's back, or tail, depending. But, obviously, if we just set that jump up, whoa, very carefully, we can drop right to his head, which is much faster. Yeah, it's almost like this entire place wasn't actually made for Tricos, which I don't know why, because obviously they live here. And obviously they're meant to live here, or else why would they, like, resonate with the sound waves that are being projected from the White Tower? So you'd think they would have made their buildings a little sturdier. Right, Trico? Good catch. Yeah, that shirt has really been through everything. Trico's caught him by it, like, numerous times. He's been stuck in a tree by his shirt. Nope. Alright, so we're restarting from the checkpoint because, funnily enough, Trico asks you to pet him there, and if you let him without intervening in some way, he'll just push you right out the window to your death. What a guy. Alright, we're gonna try this a solid once. Oof, nice. That's called The Thing, because I named it. We just, we get down here without Trico. The very precise jump. Usually you would just slide instead of grabbing. Because remember, I don't have a grab button. And then Trico comes down a lot faster. I did the thing! And most people don't know it, but you can actually not just have Trico very lazily spring down each of these platforms. You can have him jump and fly like this. It just takes a very specific setup. And it is much, much faster. I'm trying to distract Trico from the fact that he really wants to shout and scream at the White Tower right now. By giving him something to do. Like, he literally is just an animal. I'm distracting his brain by giving him something to do. Because there was supposed to be a little scripted thing there where Trico shouts and screams while looking at the White Tower, again to alert you that that's still your goal, even though technically you've been there now. But we got him to skip that. And this is my favorite part of the game. Don't judge me. Rico's gonna take care of those guys. It's fine. Obviously, he wasn't gonna come out until that eyeball was gone, which is why we got rid of it. Here we go. There's a lot happening here. I'm sure I'm not going to be able to cover it all as it happens. But this fight is very strategic from a speedrun perspective. Our boy is just not really very good at fighting. Let's be real. Our poor Trico, kind of getting the tar beaten out of him right now. We're gonna help. I'm gonna kick the camera so that I regain control of my character a little bit sooner than I otherwise would have. Which also meant you didn't get to see what was happening. I almost glitched through the floor. What's happening? No. Get the tail. Drag the tail. Let go. Go to the lever. Alright. Now I need to make it through these Trico's legs, and I need to do it ASAP. Which is... It bodes well that I didn't jump through the door. Cool. I mean, thankfully I know exactly where the Trico's legs are gonna be. Let me through, buddy. Because we don't want to fall down with them. Falling down with them creates a whole slew of problems where we have to like use a chain to climb back up, and like the other Trico is being a real jerk about it. She's like jerking all over the place, and it's very difficult. Or we can just, you know, drop down and end up exactly where we wanted to in a way that wasn't intended. Alright, and here we go. Gotta land on Trico's back-ish. Because Trico is not grabbable while we're watching this, so if we would have landed on his legs or anything, the boy would have grabbed it first and it would have seemed fine, and then while this was playing, we would have slipped off and died. So we bonked her on the head with a minecart. And that not only broke her horn, it also ripped her helmet off. Which... Not really sure which of those made her stop caring about our Trico, but... There's your pet, by the way. I petted Trico to get him to barf this up. This is the shield from the beginning of the game. Forever ago. Could I have this, please, Trico? Mind control helmets, exactly. I mean, that's essentially what it is. It's either the helmets or the horns that cause them to be mean and to go and, like, eat people, right? Or, like, to be mind-controlled by the... Oh, we got hold on, Trico. I'll pull it out. That might not be good. Alright, lovely. Yeah, I'm just gonna call that a reset. We're not gonna waste any more time on it than we have to. So here, we're gonna pet Trico again. The reason I reset when it seemed like everything was going just like perfectly fine is because the boy said, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out." That is the cue that we have failed the spear check. The game is checking how many spears Trico has in his body. And if there's too many, it won't let us proceed until we pull any of them out. Ideally, in a speed run, you don't want to see that at all, right? Because you don't want to spend time pulling spears. But you especially don't want to see it in the situation that we just did, which is I ran over Trico real quick and I didn't see spears because he's lying on all of them. They're all on the side that I can't reach, which means that we would have solved this entire puzzle and then had no spears to pull out and we wouldn't have been able to proceed. So I just reset, which reshuffled the spears, and I do see spears in him now. And of course, I don't think... Oh, there it is. I was going to say, of course, I don't think the boy said, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out this time, but there it was. So yeah, we've got these spears on his butt this time that we can pull out. Last time, just... It was impossible to succeed, so... Just reset before we lost any more time. Here you go, Bubs. So we need to give Trico 4 barrels in this sequence. We have already located 2 of them. The other 2 are over here. I don't know if you can hear the dog playing with her ball, but she has had unlimited energy all day. Alright, and as I described before, we are going to intentionally not look at that debris because it makes the vast majority of it despawn. And that makes it easier for us to walk through and give these barrels to Trico. As long as we land on Trico, we will never break our leg, no matter how far we fall. I am going to remove 2 spears, just because I happened to land on them. We will leave this other one in case we don't need to remove it. But it's still here if we do. We can hear the squeaks barely. So basically, it's all going to come down to this end game. If we care about potential world record for Trifecta. Because while we were doing that scripted event where Trico almost drowned me, I calculated it out. And in order for me to get a world record, I would need a low 317 in Last Guardian, which is quite a fast time, but doable. I'm going to get on him in case it doesn't automatically start. Yeah, it didn't. There we go. And there's the camera kick, so we're good. We need a low 317, and right now we are on pace for a high 316. So, oh boy. It was low 316 to high 315 until we got kind of RNG destroyed by nom-noms there. The spear thing cost us time. But whatever. We are now in the pink sky section of the game, which is the final stretch. We're almost there. This is always the part of the game that feels good, because once we get to the true end game, which is in about 10 minutes, things start to go really fast. Like, it doesn't feel like as long as it is. It feels like it's about 5 minutes. And I really enjoy the end game, which is nice. And of course, at the end of a Trifecta, when I've been streaming for almost 8 hours, it feels really good to get to this pink sky section and know that we're, like, in the home stretch. Right, Trico? We can do this. It's all gonna come down to how this endgame treats us. There is a lot of RNG here. So you can see there was an armor over here. Earlier on, before we fed Trico the barrels, I actually destroyed those. On purpose. Hi, dog. Thank you for your squeaky ball. Appreciate it. We destroyed those before we fed Trico the barrels, because if we hadn't, he would have jumped up here and seen them and gotten really angry, and then we would have had to destroy them and calm him down, and it would have been a whole thing. And there are actually 2 of them, so we would have had to do that twice. Moxie. So by destroying them earlier, we prevent Trico from spending all this time being angry. I would like to reiterate that she has significantly more toys that don't squeak than toys that do. Alright, being able to get off of Trico's head there is actually huge. That's really nice. Hey, buddy! Turn around! Now, for some reason, this section only... I'm gonna actually move forward so he can't knock me off the edge. This section only, if Trico's butt is facing you, he won't shoot lightning. I don't know why. Come on, Trix, let's go. So if you remember what Trico's tail lightning was like from the beginning of the game, you'll notice that it's different now. It's actually kind of like plasma balls now, instead of just a beam of lightning. And that's because finally, his tail has healed. He has his actual full tail. Trico, where are you? Please come out here. Where is my chicken dog? Thank you. Come here. I'm sure you recall what happens anytime that we're in one of these cages, right? But this time, we have this shield, so things are going to be a little bit different. Bam! Trico has faced his fears yet again, and we do not get eaten for the whateverth time. Alright, we need to make a blind shot here. Either hits or it doesn't. Feels like it hit. This is the early mirrors strategy, where we are destroying as many of these as possible before we actually get to these sections. It's easier for Trico to aim and takes less time for Trico to aim now, than it does when we're standing right next to these. The more of these we can destroy, the better we're looking later. It's very risky, though, because Trico taking a step forward is enough to kill me because it'll kick me off of this platform. Good job, dude. That's all of them. But we need to start being risky, huh, Trico? Can you get up here, please? Oh, Trico. Can you not, hun? I need you to just get up here, okay, buddy? No boosties. Just jumpies. Yes, jumpies. Good job. Shavil, don't you even start. That's very true. It wouldn't even be Trico if he actually listened, would it? So there's the White Tower. We're almost there, yet again. Ooh, Trico, you almost killed me. Shoot, buddy. It's spinning. Good shot. Good shot. You ready? Let's go. So, Trico, if you recall, when we did White Tower skip, Trico so valiantly saved me, and he was a good boy. The best boy, even. But in the process, he destroyed the bridge that led to White Tower. So, if we want to get back over there to White Tower, we're going to have to make a new bridge. And that's what this section is. It's a test of getting Trico to listen to you, because all of the areas in here are very tight and require very specific commands. So that you can build a bridge to get to White Tower. Because Trico decided that we didn't need the last bridge. I know, dog. You want to go out and go for walkies. I'm taking Trico for walkies right now. You're gonna have to wait. So this section is focused on just building that bridge. And this was way early on, if you've been here the entire time. I called this out and said, oh, that's a section like right at the end of the game. It's amazing that we can see it even now. Those two towers. So hey, we're at the two towers. And we're going to go back and forth between these towers, gradually climbing higher and putting up multiple pieces of a bridge. That is our purpose here. I'm putting a lot of trust in Trico here, because it's really, really easy to confuse him. I'm going to give him his commands, and I'm going to trust that that's what he's going to do. Because he's smart. Right, buddy? I wasn't talking to you, Moxie. I know that's the voice I use. This part is scary, though. Super, super easy to die. The most common place, sadly, to lose a deathless run is like right here at the end of the game. Because these gargoyles have very, very small grabbable areas. And it's not even these two that are usually the problem. It's this one. Oof. Alright. Alright. Feeling good. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Let's not count our Tricos before they... I was gonna say before they hatch, but really it's more like before they consume us whole, huh? Hey, buddy! Thanks for not hopping down. That's helpful. Hey! Come on in here. Yeah. Come on. There you go. Gonna wait till he comes in to give that command, or else he's gonna get a little confused. The Trico's doing better. His wings are fully healed compared to at the beginning of the game. Thanks. Thank you for sending me backwards. Which means he can make some of these longer jumps. And that's really what we're counting on for this section. Also the lighting. Man, the lighting in this section is just amazing. Come on, Trico. We got places to be, huh? As you can see, really tiny spaces where I'm asking Trico to do really tight movements. Now earlier, I shot across over to this tower and destroyed two things that were sticking out of it for seemingly no reason. Those were, once again, armors that were going to be waiting for me right here. Trico was going to get angry right here as he looked across to them. But since they're not here now, he's none the wiser, has no idea that we avoided a fight here. And so I don't need to calm him down, I don't need to worry about him being angry. We can just get him to do his platforming like he's supposed to. And yes, he is doing exactly what I would expect him to do. I know that he's going like completely the opposite direction. But he's doing a good job. Hey, Stocky, nice to see ya. How you doing? Yeah, I am quite close to contention with Tic Tac's record, but Tic Tac is probably gonna come out ahead. We got kinda RNG bamboozled on the nom nom section. Alright, Cheeks, let's go. There is still one armor above us, and we're gonna deal with this one as normal. Some runners will try to shoot it from down below, but in my experience, Trico almost always just gets in the way repeatedly, and it takes forever to try to shoot around him. Because that platform is so tiny. And that was actually quite fast, so that worked out well. Well, let Tic Tac know that if he needs help, I'm happy to help. With Last Guardian, of course. I don't really think he needs my help on Shadow. Alright, so up we go. Trico's finally stuck, but here we're going to actually start creating this bridge. This part is always scary though, because the way that we're going to jump back down to Trico, most of his body isn't actually grabbable. Which means it's really, really common that you land on Trico and then trip and fall, or he moves or something, and you just fall off to your death. And all of the stuff that we've done since we killed that other armor is not checkpointed. So it's a really long way to go back. Which is why I'm going to spend this little bit of extra time to land on Trico's side where I know that the boy is going to grab, and then climb up to his back. Yeah, it takes like 2 or 3 extra seconds, but we ensure that we don't die. Mort is fantastic. I love Mort. He's great. Alright, so we've built one half of the bridge. We've got to build the other half of the bridge. And then once we do that, things are going to go real fast. Real fast. Boy, could you please get up here? Thank you. Don't betray me now, Trico! Hey, buddy! There you go. Nice. We want to land on Trico there, obviously. You got me, dude? This way. You cool? Yep, that's the way. You got this. Alright, Trico's understanding. This is good. Alright, we want to be on Trico's head. Beautiful. Alright. End game. We have reached the White Tower. This is what we've been trying to do since the beginning. First thing we have to contend with is one of the biggest fights in the game, so obviously this is what I meant when I said that the end of the game is super, super RNG heavy. Every single one of these armors can choose to do something different every single time. And it very quickly becomes difficult to make things consistent. So, I have the mirror now. Trico is over on my side, which is not something that I'm like a huge fan of, but we play this as it is dealt to us. If Trico hops in the way of my mirror beam, he's going to interrupt it, and I'm going to need to start charging it over again. The exception is, of course, his tail, as you can see. So there you go, he interrupted it, but I'll forgive him because he killed somebody with it, so that was worth it. Alright. Nice kick, dude! Way to go. You got this, Trico. You got him. Yep, good job. So I can use the mirror to shrink these guys down and make it easier for Trico to fight them. But I need to get down here. I don't like that there's a helmet right here. And in fact, I'm going to get rid of it. Because everything is on the circle button, and if I try to use the mirror, it's just going to grab that helmet. I needed to use the mirror because there is always a guy down there that comes out with a shield. But if we stand in front of him and surprise him as he comes out of the door, he'll drop the mirror and he'll drop it inside the door, which means that we don't actually have to worry about him going to pick it up again later because... Boy, grab his head! Because it's behind the door and he can't get it, right? That was a perfect example of everything being on the circle button, right? I got him, Treeks. You go after the other one. No, no, no. Not this helmet, boy! This guy who's on the floor. What do you think you're doing? I got him, Treeks. It's fine. It's fine. Did you get the other guy, honey? Okay, I think the fight's over. You good? So yeah, I haven't mentioned for the entire game that everything is mapped to the circle button. Petting Trico, picking up barrels, picking up helmets, grabbing helmets off of living soldiers, using the mirror, like all of it is circle button. So that leads to situations like that, right? It was a good fight though. We can be happy about the way that that turned out. I don't actually want Trico to follow me very closely in here. Because we're supposed to, like, throw his tail down one of these in order to get down below. But I'm just going to do it that way. That's called elevator skip. Trico's now up above us. And above him is a door, kind of. It's like a ceiling that's activated with a bunch of individual triangular pieces. And each of these armors is standing in front of one of these plinths. There's your word of the day. As you can see, one of those pieces is activated. So I need to take care of all these armors and turn on all of their plinths in order to be able to open the ceiling and take Trico up in the elevator to the next place that we're supposed to be. Now, depends how lucky we are, how well this works. You can see I've got 4 guys following me here. And we've got 2 more suits of armor that don't have heads. In order to wake them up, I need to put heads on them. So, what I would like to see happen is all of these armors explode, and their heads go in 2 different directions and wake up the suits of armor that need to be woken up. That's not quite what happened because they didn't all line up, but one of them did wake up. What about this guy? Whoa, he's awake. Yep. Definitely awake. Okay, can I just, like, take your helmet off because you are just refusing to die? No, of course. Of course, I can grab this other helmet that has nothing to do with you and isn't even close to you. Oh yeah, let's grab this one too. For sure. Circle button, why did you do this to me? Put me down! Alright. This, quite honestly, could not gone of any worse, but we're gonna salvage it right here. Bang, get out of my life. Alright. Onward, gotta turn all these on. So yeah, we are finally back inside this tower, which once again, you know, you see that it's this weird material. It's cold inside, you can see your breath. So it's very unusual and very unique just to this specific place. Almost there. We've almost got all of them turned on. This is going to be the final one. Alright, my favorite checkpoint in the game. Love that one so much. You're supposed to grab Trico's tail to come up. You know, jump into the middle and then climb up Trico's tail. But, because of the way that the checkpoint system works, as soon as that elevator opens, the checkpoint is up in the elevator, and so we can just teleport. And we are teleporting directly into the biggest fight in the game. Essentially, based on our current time, this fight will determine whether we get world record or not. There is a lot that's going to be happening here. There are, ideally, 3 phases. Sometimes randomly, there are 4. Sometimes equally randomly, there are 2. You know, this game doesn't have to make sense, right? Oh, Trico. My dude. Alright, where's the other guy? Where's the other guy? Other guy on the terrace. There he is. Oh, he didn't fall. That sucks. My dude, are you kidding me right now? I need to actually leave that to Trico, because I need to be standing here. This door is about to open, same deal as before. We're gonna have a guy coming through here. Trico's paying attention to the one on the ceiling. Of course he is. Didn't even have to look. Guy's gonna come through that door and have an eyeball shield. Get him to drop it. Alright, we got these couple guys after me. Stop. How did that guy not get hit? Get him, Trico. Yeah! Whoa! Okay, well, that guy's dead, I guess. Alright, I'll get him, buddy. Don't you worry about it. Alright, now I need to reorient myself. Next phase is starting. Another guy is going to come through here with a mirror. And there's going to be one on the opposite side, which makes it especially challenging. But Trico's got to kill this other armor first. Which he may or may not be doing. Trico. The minute I look away from this door, it's going to open. Trico, you can't pay attention to the one on the ceiling. My dude. We will take care of him later. Stop picking up helmets! Swear to God. Trico, the one on the floor! Oh, alright. Well, the guy's gonna come out of the door. There's nothing we can do about it. If I have to come over here and take care of this for Trico, the guy's coming out of the door. Drop it. Over here. Oh, he just barely made it out. Come on, Treeks. Trico, shoot! Thank you. I was in danger. I am so scared right now. I lost a world record once to Trico knocking me through the holes in the floor right here. So I was very scared to let him save me. Okay, the last... Don't pick up these goddamn helmets, I tell you what. It's the same two over and over again. We got this guy, Trico. Get him. Yes. Alright, that is the end of that fight. Not great, but it is what it is, you know? We couldn't really have done it any better. Whatever. Alright, now the rest, we can do it. That was the hardest part of this White Tower section. We're through it. I'm invested, you know? Because if we're already here, we might as well fight for the world record. We're not just gonna let it seep through our fingers. Trico might let it seep through our fingers because, oh boy. He's been kind of a right cabbage ever since getting to the White Tower, but we love him anyway. Hey, buddy. You ready? We're gonna go the fast way, right? You and me. Zooming, right? Here you go. We zooming? Yep, there you go. That's the way. Nope, not that way. Trico. No, Trico. Yep. So there's one way up that takes like 3 jumps, and one way that takes 5 to 7, depending on how he chooses to go up it. And he was heavily contemplating the 5 to 7. So what's up with this room? It has a ton of barrels in it, which we're about to kind of discover why there's like a million barrels here. But all of this stuff that we see is surrounding essentially like a core, kind of. Oof, don't like that jump, but we made it. The Trico's gonna keep going, but that's all that matters. It's surrounding a core, which is what we're about to drop into. And the hypothesis, right, there's a big fan going up above here. This whole place is cold. Presumably because whatever this is, this Master of the Valley, needs to be kept cold. Kind of like a computer cooling system. And we'll see a little bit more about the barrels here in a second. But the aura around the Master, which is kind of quite reminiscent of the aura around the Queen from before, right? And the Death Spaghetti from Dorman. It goes in and back out very slowly if I force it only most of the way with my mirror. But if I were to put it in all the way, it would explode back out very quickly. Which is why we did things the way that we did. He's a very good jumper. Trico is such a good jumper, and I'm so proud of him. But we need to go fast. Alright, we're basically right in front of the plinth. That was a good place to be. So we've stopped this fan for Trico so that he can get through. Obviously he was going to get sliced and diced if he tried to come through otherwise. Come on out, buddy. Nice, that was very quick. Alright, we're gonna risk this. Because we have to. Oof, that is such a risky checkpoint. There's no indication of whether it's worked or not, but we've skipped ahead a little bit to be able to trigger this cutscene, so that was worth it. The Trico's out, he's on the top of the tower, my giant green bean. And we're finally at the top of the tower. It's what we've been wanted since we were all the way down there. I'm gonna say, hey Trico, go. Get me out of here. We're at the top of the tower. We're level with the top of this stupid place. Get me out of here. And right as I do that, things kind of start to go bad. So we got the signal coming out of the top of the White Tower, presumably from the Master of the Valley. And suddenly, right, look at all those chickens. All of these other Tricos with horns and helmets are responding to that call, just like the Trico that was beating us up in the cage. It left as soon as this call started, right? And there's your barrels. They go out into the world, they swallow people, and then they barf the people into that little baby bird looking thing, and barrels come out. Right, so it's kind of a Soylent Green situation, I'm feeling. Some people think that they only get the barrels as a reward for giving the people, and some people think that the barrels are made out of the people, right? I'm of the opinion that they're made out of the people. I think that the master takes whatever it is that he needs from them, and then anything that's left gets put in the barrels in its gooified state. Yeah, I was gonna leave without toppling your dystopic system, but you're not giving me a choice. I was just gonna go, man. The poor Trico, getting beat up again. I have a broken leg. We're gonna fix that with the power of reset. Power of reset is at least as potent as 100 doctors. And free. So voila, now I can run. And I was gonna go after that mirror because they knocked it off my arm. And I was gonna, you know, go on this crazy rampage. I was gonna be like, go Trico! Lightning zap everybody! But this other Trico sadly didn't let me get to the mirror. So now I'm just falling to my doom. And there's nothing that I can do to make this part go faster. I am just on this Trico. This is where we're gonna be for the next, like, minute. So how y'all doing today? It's gonna be so close. Like, unless something catastrophic goes wrong in the final 2 gameplay sections, which are each about like 15 seconds long, like this run will have to actually be retimed in order to see whether or not it beats the world record. It's gonna be really close. So that's fun. I mean, even if we don't end up getting world record with this run, we are certainly very close, and it was a good Trifecta, you know? So I guess while we're still flapping around on this Flappy Boy, if you're interested in any of the Team Eco games, that's Eco, Shadow the Colossus, Last Guardian, we're all the same community. We have separate channels for each of the games, but we're all the same community, and obviously, as you can see, some of us run more than one of those games. So by all means, join our Discord or, you know, get in touch with me and I can point you in the right direction. These games are super fun. We have so many guides and, like, we just try to make this as accessible and easy as possible. For my part, as a Last Guardian mod, I've tried to make as many categories in as many different kinds of, like, skill levels and times as I can, because I understand not everybody has 3.5 hours, right, to dedicate to a speedrun. So we have some individual levels in The Last Guardian that are like 3 minutes. So I really just want it to be bite-sized and approachable. Oh, this is going to be so close. If I calculated the math right, this is going to be within seconds. Alright, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I said that I needed a low 317. On Last Guardian specifically. This is not a good pull, though. Yeah. We can fix it. We can fix it. It's fine. Fine, we'll fix it. Fixed. Easy. We landed on our face. It's also fine. Doesn't matter. We're here. We're at the bottom. Timing stops when I hit the Master of the Valley. It might not be the first shot. I will call it out. It's alright if you miss it. Yep, it did not go on the first shot. Timing. What? No, 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 do not. Use the mirror, boy. Why did that happen? Oh, timing stops now. Oh, oh man. Time stops now. It doesn't matter if you got it. It's fine. Oh, that's so close. I said I needed a low 317, and I got a 316.58. So I don't know. And that would have been even lower, except for some reason... Let me pause this because it's very loud. For some reason, and I've never had that happen before, the boy just stopped. He just stopped holding up the mirror for no reason. Yeah, time to frame count, but like literally, actually, we're gonna have to sit down and figure this out. I'm gonna assume that I didn't beat Tic Tac, but it was still really close. So whatever, it was fun. I hope y'all had fun as well. This was the Team Eco Trifecta, and thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you all. I am sorry that I don't remember what run is next, but I'm sure that it will be very exciting. So thanks for hanging out, and thanks for all the donations that happened during the run. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and thanks for hanging out with Mort.